Hello. Welcome. Hi, Iron. That was quick. For some reason, it seems like Twitch gave me 2 sets of 3-minute ads in a row. Very unkind. In fact, what the fuck? That's evil. I guess we wait. That's okay. I planned on kind of just delaying the start just a little bit so people could file in before we begin the nerd topic for today. But I have a couple of things prepared, a lot of things not prepared, so we're gonna kind of, yeah. Oh, no worries, no worries. It will be a little more of an intense, mentally stream. So we'll be trying to teach things. That's always fun. But I know quite a few people come in the first like 20 or 30 minutes, so we'll kind of just hang out for now. Let's see, what can we do to fill time? Especially while the second ad runs. I'm quite perturbed about that. I ran one immediately when I started so that this wouldn't happen. It says 20, it's 20 some odd seconds. See, I'm trying to think if there's anything we can do with stats as like a bit of a primer. Mainly I'm thinking about games that have statistics in them that would be interesting to look at. But I can't think of any off the top of my head that are approachable. Yes, how are you, Iron? How is everybody? How's everybody's day going? How do I always miss these? What do you mean? Miss what? You didn't miss anything. Or do you mean the firsts? In which case, I don't know, I always start around the same time, so... Thought I was 3 hours late again? No. No, we just started. It just began recently. I haven't even started talking about the topic at hand, so... Yeah, you got nothing that you've missed. It'd be really funny if you were 3 hours late, because then we'd be basically over. Yeah, so today's topic will be, the first one anyway, will be statistics. We're going to go over some statistics that I've worked on. Just kind of talk about those, make sure everyone's on the same page for terminology and penis sizes of the rich and famous. I don't think we know those. That would be funny though. No, it's more serious. This was for an internship that I did for data science, which is why I called this, data science, because we're gonna be talking about the things I learned from doing it. It should be interesting. The stats aren't necessarily the whole point. The point is to show you what actual statistics look like. Educational, entertaining, edutaining, or depressing. It should be just mainly educational, but I'm hoping with y'all pitching in, it'll be edutaining. I'm happy to go on tangents. It's going to be about how to lie with statistics. The topic for the Million Spiders, Bob? What? Huh? I don't think so. The statistics are based on, I can pull up the first slide here for you. They are based on prisoner counts. So it's not exactly a lighthearted topic, but It's nothing surprising. It's nothing crazy. We're not really going to get into the politics of it. We're just going to talk about, like, okay, here's the stats. They're not very exciting, and that's going to be kind of the point. And then I will talk about how you can manipulate stats to fit a certain narrative, depending on what you want to show people. We'll talk about the different ways you can manipulate them, which ones are sometimes justifiable, which ones just aren't, period. Most of that's boils down to something akin to cherry picking or manipulating the data, but cherry picking is the most common one. So the average human eats 36 spiders a year. This is heavily weighted because spiders. Bob eats 2.5 million spiders every hour. I mean, yeah, something like that is kind of the point of the topic, is to get around to the point of, like, okay, well, I think the message that a lot of people are going to take from this, not so much the one I really want to get across, but the one that I think it will communicate, is that you cannot trust statistics on the face of it. They're useful, but if they don't agree with your gut, they're probably wrong, because they usually are. It's usually manipulated in some way. The content warning song is basically the theme song of my brain. I don't know that song, honestly. Hi, SciTech. Hello, how are you? Thank you for the clown nose. It's in Discord? Ah, okay. I will listen to it later. Would you rather have infinite bacon but no video games, or infinite games but no games? What is that? You know what? I'm gonna go with infinite bacon. I don't think there's really any other option there. I think you just offered me infinite bacon and no video games, and that was it. That was the only thing you just offered me. Yeah, you know what? If that's an option that I can pick in this dialogue, I also pick Murder Genie. Begin the encounter, and I will have Gale cast a fireball directly on top of him. Very smart. Many failed this simple puzzle. It's not that bad. IMO. But you have to read it. You have to actually read it. See what elemental Jin it is first. That's true, but, like, I'm assuming, if I remember right, the one that you encounter in Original Sin 2 was sand or something. Wind, if I'm not mistaken. It was either wind or water. I forget which one. Something like that. But, actually, no, I don't think he was elemental. I think he was just a Jin. They're the people I asked just pick games but no games, and literally for no reason. I don't think they read the question. I think that's what happened. You should go ask Frisky. That'd be really funny. I wonder what he would say. Frisky Tempest, if you know who that is. You should go find him and ask him right now. I think it's Frisky, Dementia, and Zieglerbite. They're all streaming together right now on Minecraft. You should ask them that question. I think it'll be very entertaining. Hi, Dreamer. How are you? Good afternoon. Frisky's ass needs taunting. Oh, Ben, you missed a conversation earlier that I think you'll be sad that you missed out on, but it's too late now, I guess. You'll find out eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, reading comprehension, SciTech, is not like a super common skill. As disappointing as that might be. What? Don't worry about it. After we're done with the edutainment, maybe we'll get on those topics, but I don't want to completely derail us too soon. So remind me later and I'll tell you. But it looks like people are piling in, so we can begin. Comprehension, I hardly know her. What? Huh? As long as Frisky isn't taking my teasing seriously, probably not. Probably not. I think he's learned to just kind of ignore you, which I mean, that's not completely unreasonable. Of all the things to do, it's not crazy. Okay, so today's topic, I know I mentioned data science last time, but it's really just about statistics and what it means to you as like a layperson. I'm assuming you all aren't like really deep into computer science. You might be. I can't tell you, but I'm assuming most aren't. I know Klee, for instance, definitely is not, nor is Bo. So I wanted to keep this kind of high level. So we're just going to go over some statistics that I know the source of. I found them. It was mine. I made these graphs. This was for an internship in college. And I will start this with the note of these may be slightly inaccurate. They're also a few years old. The point is not the statistics themselves. The point is what comes after we review them. So this is going to start off a little dry, and then it'll get a little more exciting as we go back, talk about how we can manipulate these for a political message. Isn't that fun? So let me just double check. Okay. Twitch did not deliver us yet a third ad, so that's good. Yeah, I played a good bit of While True Learn, the cat programming game. Does that count? Probably not. Data science is very complicated. Even just building graphs, like if you have data sets, first you have to find them. That's annoying on its own. But even if you have them, turning them into usable data, that's a whole different ball game, really. And then turning those into graphs that are readable and useful is yet another challenge, which is what I did for that internship, and that's what all this is from. Kittens teach you how to make neural net AIs to allow them to operate steadily more advanced robot bodies. Oh, cool. Anyway, so preface this right. We have data from the federal government that describes, that's where the data for these graphs comes from, most of it. First of all, the federal prison system. Second of all is the state prison systems. They all have their own. And then on top of that, we also have some data just from New York State and some data just from Illinois' bookings. So bookings meaning the police bring you in, they book you for something. They may or may not charge you with whatever, but they did bring you in and process you. That's what a booking is in this context. So first couple of graphs, first thing to note on a lot of these, the axes may differ. Like here, we're going all the way up to 60,000 for New York State from 2008 to 2022. Quite the stretch. Meanwhile, for Illinois, I only have a handful of years, frustratingly enough. But the numbers also only go up to 1,200 or so per year, and then they dropped down to about 400 in 2018. So the data there is a bit more narrow, and it is specific just to bookings. If there's Illinois mentioned, it's bookings. So as mentioned, Illinois going down. Cool. That's just a fact. Cool. New York State also steadily going down. Not at like an insane rate like the bookings are here for Illinois, but they are declining over time. So then we'll look at federal and state. Are we going down swinging? God, I hope so. Just make sure this gets into view. There we go. Okay. So for total federal prisoners from 2001 to 2019, we see it goes up and then back down. We have almost a proper bell curve here. Getting kind of close. Kind of funny that it looks like it ebbs and flows. No clue why this is. You could make so many assumptions about why this happened. I got no clue. Don't ask me. I literally don't know. Impossible to know, I would even argue. And then for state prisoners, this data only comes from 2010 to 2018, much more limited. I think it would have been possible to go to every single state and get some data that could have gone on this graph, but I don't know how consistent that data would have been, so what's the point? It's not very informative at that point. So we just have what was required to be reported, which is 2010 to 2018. Again, downward trend. If we look at 2010 up here from the federal side, about a year later it peaks and then starts to decline as well. We look at crime types. This is the fun one. This is great. Everyone loves these. We have just specifically New York here, right in the middle. And if you look at the states, which is the graph to the left, actually, hold on, you guys can't see the title of that one. There we go. So if you look at New York and then the states, it's really not that different. The types are more generalized for the broad state categories between violent crime, property crime, drug crime, and public order related things. Whereas New York gets a lot more detailed, more focused on what exact crime they committed. I also want to add, before we get too deep into this, that if there's a term on one of these graphs, it is the term I will use, and it is the term that the government uses. I don't pick them. I don't prefer any, officially. I have a few gripes with some of them, but suffice to say, you know, it's a serious topic. I feel like using the correct, accurate terminology that you would see on the data if you were to go get it yourself, which you can. Be gay, do crimes, hell yeah. Maybe not murder though. It seems like you get in a lot of trouble for that one. Jokes aside, I'm not going to sugarcoat what the feds say. If they call someone something, it's going to be on here. I may not agree with it, but it's going to be on here. And that's the words I'll use, because if you have a problem with it, you should tell them. Assuming you're an American, you should tell them. You should tell them that they're not being a good person. They can change these things. They have the power. I don't. So with that being said, I do think it's interesting that the federal prisoners are almost all drug related. Well, not almost all. Over half is a correct phrase. Over half is drug related. And almost, over a quarter is public order related. I don't even know what that means entirely. I tried to research that and it wasn't super clear to me. It was basically anything that didn't fall under any of the other major categories you see. So I guess there's that. Yeah, mostly drugs. I think it is fair to assume that that's probably smuggling type stuff, you know, or interstate moving of drugs. Between the two of those, very likely that's what's making up the majority of the number. Yeah, lots of questions about like why and how, but we don't know the answers to those from this data. It's just not that detailed. Illinois, this was just by bookings. I'll remind you all, very important to remember that. Based on bookings, a lot of them are just traffic. More than a quarter. Some are felony. Well, yeah, but you're not going to go to federal prison for misdemeanor possession. It's just, they're not going to do that. They'll probably give you to the state or something. Right. So Illinois, again, just bookings. It kind of makes sense that a lot of them are traffic stops and DUIs, because that is some of the most common things that you might get brought to a police station for, but not charged with a formal crime, just processed and, you know, maybe let go later. Drunk tanks, for example, are like probably a good chunk of what goes on here. They'll give you to the state. That sounds like the most horrific threat I could imagine on so many levels. Well, they just, if the feds don't want to deal with you, right? You're for one, you're probably not going to get pulled over for an amount that would be criminal possession by a fed. It's just like, what are the odds? And the state isn't going to bother trying to hand you over when you're in for 3 months or whatever, for whatever you did. But I mean, the amount to hit a felony is tiny, so that's a whole other topic. But yeah, pretty good odds you'll get a felony if you have any real amount on you. Yeah, we'll move on from there. You see the stats. The important thing is not to draw conclusions. In fact, I would encourage none of you to draw any conclusions from this that I don't specifically point out, because they're probably not true. Or at least you don't have the evidence here to say they're true. You might know other things, and that might be fair, but just reminding everyone that there's only so much data here. Gender is wildly consistent. The actual amounts and everything, it follows the general trends, but especially the female prisoners, those counts are basically the same. They do go down as well, as you can see over here on the bottom right graph, but not at the same rate, because obviously there's a massive difference just in count. So if both are going down, the female, as they call it, will be going down slower just out of necessity. It can only go down so far before it wouldn't make any sense. They'd probably make having weed on you as a felony now. God, I hope not. I mean, it is. It already is a felony, but only for certain amounts. But anyway. Again, these are just bookings. I think the bookings shows the current trends in policing, enforcement, and how things are being done right now. Whereas when you look at numbers like the prisoner counts, if we go up again, these are extraordinarily delayed because you're not going to see a reduction because the police changed how they're handling stuff in the last 5 years for anything that is sentenced for longer than 5 years. You're going to have the same prisoner counts from people who were arrested 5 years ago and, prosecuted. Whether it was right or wrong is irrelevant. Not the point of what we're talking about. Just that's how many prisoners there were. So when things change, there's a massive delay before you see it reflected in these statistics. So when you look at 2012, nothing happened in 2012, I assure you, to make the number that big. Something probably happened like 20 years ago that brought us there over time. As you can see, the number just going up and then going back down. Something changed. Hi, Clee. Today's educational, edutainment. We're trying to keep it entertaining to a degree. Right now, we're just going over the statistics that we're going to use to do the education, but you might learn a few things while we explain the statistics as well. Yeah, so something could have happened in 2001, 1995, that then proceeded to bring the numbers up, and then something changed in, I don't know, 2007 that didn't really take full effect until early 2010s, and then the number starts going down. Yes, Senpai Tay. Oh my goodness, Ben. Heard they're trying to kill education. The Department of Education. Yeah, I don't know enough to talk about that at length. I should talk to my mother about that. She's more knowledgeable on it, quite a bit. Like she's involved in education, so she would know a lot more about how that matters to like a school. I wish I had a response for you beyond that, but that's all I know right this second. It doesn't sound like a great idea. That's the best I can give you otherwise. Hi, Bo. We're learning about statistics today and how to lie with statistics so that you'd maybe get lied to a little bit less. Right. So anyway, point being, the statistics often do not reflect the current reality. They reflect something that happened in the past. I think we were... No, this is the one that we're on. How am I? I'm good. I've been looking forward to this. So many charts. There's a lot of charts, and we're going to talk about them. The educational system is one of the biggest reasons I'm screwed up, so I vote for burning it all down and rebuilding from scratch. Well, that's the problem, is the rebuilding part. You can usually... when you reform, you remove and replace, which I'm open to hearing about. But just removing and not replacing is like, okay, well, what's happening? You know, what's the plan? That's what I would have to research, is like, what's the actual plan there? So far, I'm not convinced that the current administration has any plans. So, you know, without a plan, I don't know what they want to do. Yes, the gender charts here basically say, yeah, it's about what you expect. It's mostly men. Both are declining in terms of overall amounts over time, but they are, the female population is much more consistent, but it's very small. It's tiny by comparison. Moving on to race statistics. Don't say anything. We beat women in something else. Yeah, we actually, well, I think we lose that one. I think that's how that works. He seems to only have concepts of what to do with everything he seems to be wanting on. Yeah, and it's not the ones that, like, I don't know, I would be okay with getting rid of and just like not replacing. There's a few that could just be like, you know what, maybe we don't need that. Maybe the other agencies can just kind of pick up the slack and it'll be fine. There's a few that fit that. But no, they want to get rid of the ones that, you know, aren't really overlapping with anyone else. So for race, he's more than concepts for educational and medical. Yeah, more than concepts would be nice. But yes, so on race, you can see, again, the same general trends of just declining prison populations. On the right, so these probably roughly match what you've heard in media and things like that. State prisons are closer than some others on the average, but compared to like New York, they're a lot better in terms of let's call it equality. I'm not sure that's the right word. But yes, we are having less prisoners. That does not mean less crimes. It just means less prisoners are being held year over year consistently. What I do find interesting is that in most of these graphs, the overrepresented populations, much like the male and female one we saw, where it was mainly men on the decline, we look a little bit closer at races, and we also see that overrepresented groups are on a faster decline than, you know, the maybe closer to accurate representation groups. So like in Illinois, you can see, you know, white is probably roughly represented appropriately. Hispanic is probably close to correct. Other, that's like everything that doesn't fit. For some reason, they pick out Asian and Pacific Islander. I don't know why. There's like almost none. You could just roll that into other, but they do. They separate it. Also, probably close to representative because they're near zero. But then, of course, again, as you've probably heard, the black population here in bookings is significantly higher than anyone else and way disproportionate. But as you can see, as time goes, that disproportionate amount shrinks faster than the numbers in general are shrinking. So you see like the gap here, and see that there, gets much smaller. It's almost like changing how you police is having positive effects on, you know, over policed communities and things like that. You know, attention being brought to that is allegedly helping. Maybe not. You never really know. That's the trick with the statistics. It shows that that's, you know, maybe something we did is working out, or maybe nothing changed, and like nothing changed as far as government goes, and something else changed maybe socially or culturally. Yeah, I can't tell you. Like these stats don't tell you why they arrested them, right? They don't tell you what they were up to. This is all I have. So these numbers, in general, though, it is nice to see that they get smaller. You know, total bookings go down. It does imply that there's probably less crime, at least less serious crime. And this is in Illinois. It's not like it's a state where they just, you know, ignore certain crimes. I know that has been a thing in certain areas of California, which is very interesting. It's like, I don't know about that, but okay. I don't know if they're just overloaded areas regarding like what the police can respond to, but either way, that's concerning. But they don't have that problem in Illinois. So it sounds like they just changed something, probably, I don't know, about 10 years ago, and you're starting to see results faster in the bookings because it responds faster to changes in how they operate. Meanwhile, in the States, you see, yes, it is narrowing and on the decline overall, but it is not nearly as intense. Same for New York, where you see that, yes, the prisoner count is declining faster for the overrepresented populations, but it is not nearly as stark as the Illinois statistics because those are prisoners, this one's bookings. Obviously, the federal prisons also stand out, but, you know, if we're being realistic, it's probably a lot of drug trafficking and things like that coming over the border and between states in the Southwest region that are getting picked up by feds and sent to prison for that. So that's why you see the significant Hispanic population. And of course, you know, everything away from the border is probably them trying to pick up for various reasons. The black population as well being, again, overrepresented, probably mostly for drug crimes, but, you know, is it targeted? Maybe. Could be. I couldn't tell you. But, yeah, so here's the actual yearly rates of reduction. So for the states, you can see that the rates are higher for the overrepresented population. A reduction in commitment for New York. Similar. Overrepresented groups are declining faster. Let's see. That's a little technical. I'm not going to try to dwell on this because it's probably just going to confuse you guys. Don't worry about it too much. This is the same stats, but adjusted for population percentage, approximately. It's not perfect, of course, and this was based on data from years ago. But you can see, again, it just makes the fact that they're an overrepresented group for any of them more obvious. It makes it stand out more that they are declining faster as far as prison populations and bookings go. Actually, no, I don't think bookings are on here. No, they're not. I didn't include those here. Can't remember why. I think it just was too obvious when you looked at the stats. That or there was something wrong with the data. I forget which. It's been a few years. My bad. But yeah, as you can see, things have been changing for presumably the result is positive, it seems. Could be. Might not be. I couldn't tell you. But it looks good. Good signs. Great stuff. There's some overarching trends that we talked about. A lot of the criminals that we count are convicted of violent crimes. I think that's interesting, and the reason that is not because there is a lot of violent crime. Like, it's not like there's some massive number of people like getting assaulted in the streets. Rather, when you commit a violent crime, you tend to go to jail for a really long time, and then you get counted every single year as a prisoner. So when someone's in jail for a life sentence, they get counted every year of their life as being a prisoner. Whereas if you, I don't know, let's say you, what's a really mild example? Let's say you jaywalked a few too many times and you got arrested because it was like your 53rd time and they were just really tired of you. So they send you to jail for a weekend. if you happen to get counted over that weekend, you'll still get counted, but only that once. You won't be counted for the next 30 years of your life. Let's see, what else do we have? There are some questions that I had in general, just of like, why do the stats look this way? But we don't actually know. It's like, why are there so many drug-related crimes in the Fed prisons? We don't truly know. The inclination that I have is interstate drug trafficking and border crossings. That seems reasonable. I think we could safely assume that and then pursue that for further research. That would be fine. Why are the actual populations dropping, though? I have no clue. I could not, and I did some research. Obviously, I was working on the data, so I can't do it all. And drugs are easy to charge, plant, and find. True, very true. That is the other one. But, we're assuming that, like, probably 70% of it at least is legitimate. So, that's still a lot. But why are the numbers dropping? Great question. Don't know. I tried to pursue a few different things, and it seems like just on the overall, a lot of policing has changed in ways that are not targeting people so intensely. Certain populations, of course, more than others, but just in general, things have gotten less intense. Like stop and frisk stopped in New York. They got rid of that around the time that our data started for New York. So that would explain a lot if they stopped randomly searching people on the streets like we're living in, some fascist dictatorship. Funny how things work. Yeah, they stopped doing that and suddenly the numbers went down. Who would have thought? All right, so for state and federal, we also have crime types. We're only like halfway through this, by the way. I'll try to zoom through the rest of it. So there are some macro trends. Violent crime reacts the slowest, but there's definitely trends that go on. So like 2007 to 2011, it probably shouldn't surprise you that in that stretch, general crime went up, considering the financial crisis and stuff. Meanwhile, in states, basically nothing changes. The states are very stable, while federal seems to, override this. Also, I don't know what public order is. I'll be honest with you. I still don't know. I wish I knew. It's not clear. It seems to just be everything that doesn't fall into the others, and it was on an uptick without any explanation. And federal at that. Illegal protest? I don't know, maybe? But that's not interstate crime. So the feds have nothing to do with it. I'm at a loss for why that is, and I would love to find out why someday, but I don't know if I ever will. Meanwhile, the states are extraordinarily stable. The feds, on everything except for public order, are on the downtrend, just like the rest. A little more chaotic, but generally stable. Here's the average change for those types that we were looking at. You can see again, just public order in general seems to be slightly on the uptick, which is, again, confusing. But everything else is going down. So maybe some things got reallocated to public order. Who knows? For states specifically, I do think it's interesting that the drug counts went down so much. I assume it's legalization, because this was around the time a lot of states were legalizing. I think overall, it looks like federal from 01 to 19 is actually up on the overall. Just based on what you're looking at for the averages here, but that's not the data we saw earlier. A little unclear on that. I think it's because some things weren't included here. I'd have to look again. And one thing that I didn't expect to get out of this, but Illinois' bookings, they also noted what kind of education these people had. Of course, this is all self-reported and someone has to write it down, so questionable. Big grain of salt with this one, maybe a handful of salt. But it looks like If you at least have your high school diploma and or GED, the odds of you committing a felony are significantly lower. But it's still a lot. A lot of felonies. These are for the ones that were actually prosecuted, I believe, fully, not just booked, but led to a guilty verdict of some kind. So there is a difference, although it is not nearly as significant as I think a lot of people would make you believe. They would say like, oh, if you don't get an education, you're this, that, or another thing. The difference is there, but it's not actually that large. If you get arrested, it's still very good odds it's going to be for a felony, it seems. Well, arrested, charged, and convicted. It's probably for a felony. If it's for anything else, pretty good odds you don't. And I believe the high school graduates or GEDs was as a minimum. This includes anyone with a degree as well. So this is just, it's a lot in either case. Essentially, if you get convicted, it's probably for a felony, period. And this is kind of what I was getting at when I kept saying like, oh yeah, they'll give you a felony for anything. You don't even have to hurt someone. They'll give you a felony. They love giving out felonies. It's crazy. Yeah, they'll bring you in for a misdemeanor. They'll upgrade it to a felony for funsies. Why not, right? You got to just hand them out like candy. This is what I meant by that. If you get convicted, it's probably a felony. Regardless of why. That being said, employment matters a hell of a lot more. Clearly. People who are employed? Teacher question, what's up? You better type fast, I'm waiting. You get a felony, and you get a felony, and you get a felony. Woo! What can't become a felony? Oh, on its own, mostly traffic violations. There's quite a few that cannot be directly upgraded to a felony, but they can and will find ways to give you a felony on top of that violation. Let's say, for instance, you are accused of running a red light and they demand that you come into court. But let us also assume that you are halfway across the country and you cannot go to court physically. It is not possible because they schedule it like a month out, right? So you can't appear in court, and they don't send you a letter to tell you to go to court because they don't know your address because they wrote it down wrong. Let's assume all those things just happened. You are now charged with contempt of court of some kind, and they give you a felony for that. Something akin to it, basically for not showing up and not paying your fine, etc., because they never actually delivered you that letter. But they assume that's your fault. Yeah, it's not your fault. Nope, it's not. But if the judge decides to be a jerk and you don't get a good lawyer because you can't afford a good lawyer, you will be charged with a felony. Very good odds. If you are fortunate enough to have a good public defender, they will get that thrown out, and then, only then, will you reschedule your court date, go to that court date, and get your traffic violation resolved. But they will threaten you with lots of things to get you to at least do that. If you have a bad public defender, you might actually get hit with that felony. Yeah. Kind of crazy, isn't it? It is dumb. The legal system is very much rigged against you in many ways. Public defenders are probably the worst one because they are horribly underfunded. That's it. They're just underfunded. They get paid like a pittance and they have to go to law school. I don't know how that's legal because they're supposed to, by the Constitution, provide you with legal counsel. There should be a standard that is, legal counsel that's good. You're not even good. Just paid well enough to actually treat you as paid, as a paid lawyer would. where they actually spend some time on your case instead of spending 10 minutes on it. Do other countries suck like this? Yeah, usually. Most legal systems are not very friendly. There's a handful of countries that are, put it very bluntly, they are essentially a cohesive, homogenous culture and people, and they have some kind of significant wealth that allows them to just say, yeah, we'll spend money on that, that's fine, whatever. Those ones, if you lived in them, they will treat you quite well, actually, because they have the luxury of sparing the money for those lawyers and things like that. The fact of the matter is most people who have never interacted with the police or researched it very much, they assume, one, that cops are good guys. That's questionable. They can be, don't get me wrong, but they also can be bad people too. Goes both ways. They're just people who are given a lot of power, so that definitely goes both ways. So there's that, and then they also assume that if you are arrested, then you did something wrong. Some might say too much power, quite often, but a lot of people will just assume you got arrested, okay, then you probably did it. So when you try to convince people to vote for funding more money to public defendants, most people will say, no, I don't want my tax money going to that. Very rich in this country that we say that. Power makes people bad? Who would have guessed? That's crazy. The cop has some kind of bias. There's so many things that can go wrong, and we do ignore it quite heavily. But yeah, only in the most rich countries do you get treated well by most legal systems, because the legal system it's in its own favor to always be quote unquote correct, regardless of whether it's the right thing or the wrong thing. The point is that it portrays it basically is a symbol of power. Aren't we a rich country technically? In some ways, yes. We spend a lot on... Actually, I think the vast majority of the US budget is like Medicare and things like that. We have a lot of wealth, but our government doesn't have a lot of wealth, if that makes sense. It has a lot of power because the wealth is in the country, but it doesn't actually have the wealth itself. It does not... The US government is not rich. And so we know we have a massive debt, so people in many ways are turning towards being more and more fiscally conservative, because I mean that we do have a massive debt, and it is constantly racking up to be a ridiculous sum that I don't know that is resolvable. We can run it in perpetuity, that's the word, but it becomes questionably sustainable. If anyone questions it at a certain point, it will just crumble. So we should do something about it. We're just not very good at it. We have very low tax rates. We have lots of deductions, tons of exceptions. The tax code is ridiculously complicated. So no, we actually don't have a lot of money as a nation. We have a lot of money as individuals. So yeah, no, we're not a rich country. We just act like we're rich. A lot of the money that would, like, let's say we don't have any kind of national healthcare system, but we pay ridiculous amounts into healthcare. So we have the money, the government just doesn't get it. The government doesn't touch that money. It doesn't route it, it doesn't handle it, it doesn't negotiate for us, it doesn't do any of those things. We just deal with it all privately. So the money's there, but the government doesn't touch it. Among many other things, where what is handled by the government in other countries is not handled by ours, neither the state nor the federal. which, just to get on a little soapbox here, I'm fine with people who don't trust the federal government with things. Like healthcare, if they were like, I don't think the feds should handle that. Maybe we should let the states figure out a way to do like a national healthcare system, so they can handle it locally and make sure that they are negotiating within reason for their areas, because states are huge. Some of them are massive. If they want to form like little groups, like some of the states in the Northeast, they're kind of tiny, right? They could work together, right? We could do things like that. I'm all for discussing all the many options, the many ways that we could deal with healthcare, but right now it's rather poorly regulated, let's say. And as far as taxes, I don't like income tax. I think we should just tax any business at a flat rate on the money they bring in, because a lot of money right now basically gets funneled into paying people to do entrepreneurial ventures, right? Startup companies, essentially. And then the money that actually they make, until they make a profit, they don't really owe much in taxes. Usually they owe nothing in taxes. So as long as they're net negative, they don't pay. I don't think that's a good model for a country that has so many startups and so many businesses that run in the red, like, perpetually. I don't think it's a good model. That percentage, of course, for revenue would be like a fraction of a percent to get the same revenue. Your pay would go down, of course, because then you wouldn't have to pay income tax, so you would get the same take home, but the number is smaller. That's my preference. I prefer simplicity on those things, and fairness. But anyway, getting back to the topic at hand, unemployed people commit more crime. Who would have freaking thought? Isn't that crazy? Who could imagine? All right, so where do the actual like felonies go? So for unemployed, we have lots of DUIs. That's a lot of DUIs. Over 12% of convictions are DUIs. I think we should all just sit around the campfire and get along. Well, that's unfortunately not viable, but people. A lot of property crime. For people who are employed, though, I think it's really interesting that like almost 40% of it is just traffic violations. They're just getting hit for like red lights and stuff, going over the speed limit. Whatever, minor stuff, really. Things that most of us aren't really concerned about. If you tell me, oh yeah, I got a ticket for a red light, literally nobody cares, dude. I mean, tell the story, don't get me wrong, but like, I'm not gonna not hire you for a job because you got a ticket for running a red light a little bit late. It was yellow when you were approaching, you got real close, and I went red, and my bad. What can you do? Got pulled over for it. That happens all the time. Yeah, you get this massive number. Very low violent crime rates. Unemployed has the largest one, but overall under 10%. So it's not that bad. All right. So conclusions on the stats we just looked at. Populations are declining, yada yada. We just talked about it. Let's not dwell on that for too long. Let's talk about how to tell lies. That's what we're here for. This is the statistics update to lying. We got graphs now. We can tell fantastic lies. All right, so let's go find a nice graph that makes it really easy to lie about stuff. Let's see. Let's tell a really fucked up lie. Let's do that. We'll just immediately start with like something messed up, right? Here's one that you'll probably see online at some point if you go to the seedier areas. Certain races are like evil and stuff. So if you wanted to make that argument, right? If you wanted to make that argument, what you can do, and this is crazy because you don't have to show, you can pick and choose, right? Let's say you just don't include this. You don't include this axis, right? You don't include the date for the data that you're pulling. All right. You only include this one. So you take the number of bookings in Illinois, right? And then you selectively look at the data for 2018 for the white group, and you pick the number from here. Then you pick the number from here for the black population. You act like they're the same year, because you didn't include a year. You just say, this was the number, this was the number. Look at how much more they're doing. And then you make some horrible racist argument off of that. It's so fucking easy. It's diabolical and evil, but it's easy. It's so easy to lie. As long as no one asks you the question of, well, where'd you get that data? Or, well, are these in the same year? How would they not even ask that? You didn't include the axis. You didn't tell them what year. You don't have to do any of that when you present someone a quote-unquote fact, so long as you don't include those details. You're lying by omission, of course. This is not like, there's nothing rigorous about this. Yeah, lying is easy and fun, or evil, but evil is fun to some people. It's not difficult. And if you want to be a little more scientifically acceptable, right, what you instead do, like, because that one's kind of obvious, right? Like, someone starts asking questions, the whole thing crumbles. What if you just take this section, right? Ignore all of this. Ignore these statistics that don't meet your narrative. Instead, you just cut this little silo out and you just talk about 2013. So you have a year, you have a location, it's in Illinois. You have true statistics, they're not wrong. There's nothing incorrect about what they say. Technically, you're right, which is the worst kind of right. I hate when people say technically correct is the best kind, because it's not. It's actually the worst, because it usually means that you're manipulating a narrative. You can manipulate this very easily. But when you have the whole, any kind of narrative like that falls apart. Clearly. They're all approaching zero, really, if you just assume something stupid, but they're all approaching roughly the same. You know, given another 50 years. It is over 10 years old, that's true, but I tell you that. But you can just not tell them that. Say, in 1 year, the stats were this. How do people still find it believable? Because you don't mention what year. You just say, in one recent year, these were the statistics. And of course, you pick the 1 year where it's a standout, where it didn't decline as much as on average it did. You very carefully cherry pick the data that you need to present your message. We'll go with a less fun example. To go in the other direction. Where, what, huh? Sorry, I was serving spaghetti and cleaning my mother's kitchen. I swear I heard the Lavender Town theme. No, I don't think you did. But let's look at these gender ones again, right? So depending on the narrative you want to put out there into the world. This one for Illinois. Again, these are like the most drastic statistics I have, so we're probably going to use them a lot. For the bookings, state is like the Bible, you cherry pick what you want to say and tell people the thing. I mean, yeah, quite often. Similar idea. Yeah, so looking at Illinois sentence bookings again. These are sentenced, to be clear. These were people found guilty. The male and female populations, if you have a certain opinion, let's say you're a misogynist or a misandrist, doesn't matter. We have examples for both here. If you hate men, just pick this data set. Just start there. If you hate women, start here. Maybe include like from here to here, right? Say like, oh, the gap isn't that big and it's actually getting way smaller. Neither of those are factually correct. It probably has nothing to do with their gender. Or well, sex, I should say. because I'm assuming this is based on sex since they chose male and female. Tip the pizza dude yet, Clee? Oh my goodness. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, this one's fun. This one's fun. Sadly not. Tragic. So let's see, what's a fun assumption we can make with some of the data we already have? This one's a little more complicated, all right? So you look at this one with the federal prisoners by offense type. It's mostly drugs, all right? Yeah, male, female here, I assume they're talking about sex. Kind of has to be. There's nothing else that they could base it on. They could be wrong, and, you know, they probably are, but I don't know. Like I said in the beginning, I'm just going to use the terms they throw out. So if you don't like it, write your senator or House rep or something if you're in America. Anyway, so most offense types are drugs for federal. Okay, cool. Now let's scroll back down to the race groups. Okay, let's see. Where's federal? Right here. All right, mostly, like, one of the most overrepresented groups is Hispanic and the other one's black. What do you think people are going to say with those statistics if they decide to pick the 2014 one? This one right here. What do you think someone with an evil agenda might try to argue from that? You can already imagine it, I'm sure. Something about they're all drug addicts or something. Demonstrably not true, but they don't care about that. The point is that they can cherry pick two different graphs together and say, look at this information. Of course, it must be true. It's not, but they'll try to presume that's the case. Whereas someone who maybe isn't insane might take this entire graph here, this one here, to counter that argument and say, okay, but in all the states, you know, where local crimes happen, you know, you're arguing these people are drug addicts. Of course, they would get picked up by state authorities, right? It wouldn't just be specifically, you know, complicated drug trafficking rings. No, that you're trying to say they're just lesser people. So let's look at the actual state statistics. Oh, look. Yes, we have some overrepresentation. That is true. We're working on that. It's getting better, as you can see. But the overrepresentation in the federal side is not represented in the state side. And then if we go back and look at the crime types for the actual states, you can see most of it's violent. Not that many drug examples. Okay, Ben. I don't even want to try to read that. But yeah, you can see any argument like that. Actually, it doesn't make sense when you have full context statistics, when you don't cherry pick your data. When you say, okay, let's look at the whole, it all falls apart. But that's the annoying part about statistics, is this isn't exciting. This is boring. Nobody wants to read everything that you would have to explain to make all of this make sense with this graph and the other one I just showed you. That's too many words. So realistically, to make a counter argument, whatever year they picked here, I think it was 2014, we said, you would go in here, you'd pick 2014 from the states, and however they laid it out for their argument, you'd make basically the same thing to counter argument it. Because you cannot give people complicated information. I cannot give you one of these graphs in a Twitter post and expect you to actually read it. That's not an insult. That is just a fact. Nobody reads it. No one's reading all that. Because you have to explain a lot of things to make any of this make sense. It's not easy. That's kind of the ethical dilemma of being a data scientist, of presenting statistics to other people, is you have to know what to include and what not to. To an academic crowd or a captive audience, like all of you right now, I can take an hour to explain all of the statistics that I have. If you're scrolling past something I posted on Twitter, though, or Blue Sky or Instagram or whatever, then I have about 3 seconds to explain myself. Very different. And I mean, if any of you have seen what I post on social media, I'm not good at figuring out what to do with those 3 seconds. So, not my career path to communicate statistics. But suffice to say, you can counter argument. It's just you have to also cherry pick. That's the game. So when you see someone say something like, "Oh, X, Y, or Z," what's a good example? Right. Another good example. In the completely other, but also often incorrect argument, if someone's protesting at a state event, right? Let's say they're in, I don't know, Illinois. We'll pick that one again. Let's say they're protesting and they're trying to say, make an argument to the effect that black people are being over prosecuted, which I mean is true. We can see that here. It's still overrepresentative. That's a fact. But then they might cite a statistic that says something like 3 times more black men are being arrested and prosecuted than white. Well, that's also not true. But it is a good argument. It does make people think. It does get people invested emotionally in the argument. Unfortunately, telling people that it's like 1.5 times or something like that, 1.25, and this isn't even getting into the super simple fun psychology tricks like how most people agree with the argument they heard the loudest or last, literally. Oh yeah, absolutely. But they just had to hear someone else tell them that it was 3 times, and they will just repeat that. They'll put it on, they'll make it their whole slogan, right? Or 2 times, or whatever number multiplier it is. You're never going to see someone out there with a 1.27x times as many sign. No one's doing that. So they'll find some way to make this the biggest number possible to get you emotionally invested in the argument. And they might, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the argument they're making or that, you know, they shouldn't do that. That's a totally different ethical decision to make. But it's not true. It's not a fact. It's just a statement. How to put it? Academically, it's bankrupt, but socially, it might be justifiable. I'm not going to say either way. But I do want to say the whole point of all of this is that I want you to be critical every time someone says, "Oh, 80% of, I don't know, 80% of squares are rectangles." That doesn't even make sense. But, you know, when you hear something, 80% of this is Y, just assume that it's probably a lie. Hate it when a loud opinion is being spread as true, when it's clearly false. Media literacy is more common than you think. It's very common. It's so painfully easy. Graphs make it so easy to tell a lie. For one, because they're information overload, but if you take a graph like, let's see, this one's kind of overcomplicated, but it's not unreadable. I just did a really bad job of circling it. This one here. It's not so complicated that someone can't figure it out on a Twitter post, right? Like if you posted this and then you put a big fat piece of text over it or next to it or a video or something, someone could stop and like read it and be like, okay, I see what you're saying. Like I see the literal numbers. I understand that. If you use a graph like this to then justify an argument that seems to agree with it, you can be completely incorrect. You can even partly contradict the graph, and people will probably believe you. Because graphs make it seem like professional and true. And, well, they have the numbers, don't they? How couldn't they know? They don't, but that's kind of the point, is that they use essentially an appeal to authority, which is a graph. A graph is authority. Very strange, but that is how people behave. To then convince you that they're correct, regardless of the truth. all very concerning things that happen a lot, and I've fallen for it here and there. I mean, I try not to, but sometimes you just, you know, roll with it. Usually those are inconsequential things that I don't actually have much of an opinion about, because if I have an opinion, I will research it. I won't just take someone else's word for it. Which is why I did all this research here. This is why I chose this topic, was because I had heard lots of things about prison populations being wildly inflated in various ways, depending on, you know, which group you're listening to, as well as, of course, all the, how to put this correctly. So, to put it plainly, racist and wildly inappropriate jokes that I heard growing up about certain populations that I knew weren't true on the face of it. I just didn't have the information to prove it. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go prove that now. No, I have the tools and the information at my disposal. I'm gonna prove that wrong. So that's here. But this is all the work that it takes to say, I don't know a lot, but I know that that one thing was wrong. And that other thing was wrong. And actually, a lot of things were wrong that I was told. But I don't actually know much more. And numbers, yes, can be falsified. We haven't even gotten into doctoring data. So, in data science, when you are dealing with data sets, there is such a thing as cleaning the data. Normally, this would mean that you would go through and look for, like, where do I have some empty space here? We'll work, we'll work in this corner. So let's say you have an entry. It's 1. We'll just give it a little ID. You have entry 1. It has a true statement in there. Let's say this is like, were they convicted or something, right? And then you have a bunch of other fields just like that. Some of them are like names, numbers, all the various details, right? Let's say it just looks like there's a lot of ones that have this true statement in here. Now this one is fine. There's nothing wrong with the data. But everyone who is marked true has data that would like contradict what I want to be true. So what I'm gonna do as the data scientist is I will find some reason, some issue with this being true in the first place. I'll make an argument. I do have to find some kind of argument, but if I can find one, I will, and I will take this, and every single entry marked true, I will erase from the record like it never existed. You can just do that. As long as you can come up with some excuse, some reason that that data can't be included, you can just get rid of it, especially if it doesn't agree with you. The correct way to do this would be if, say this record has the true thing, but then over here there's actually just like a really weird null value or something like some very important ID number that I need to make sure this isn't like a duplicate entry, right? It's just null for some reason. Something's wrong with the data. It's broken. I can't use it. I physically can't use it. It'll break everything. In that case, it is very easy and quick, and you don't even have to you don't even have to explain yourself. You just say, oh yeah, that one was dirty. I literally can't use it. You call it dirty, a dirty entry or something like that. So yeah, it was something happened to the data. I can't fix it. I can't assume anything, so I'm just gonna not use it. That's fine. Happens all the time. I had to do it with my data. You go through and like, I don't know who was doing the data entry, but they screwed it up. So I just can't. Yeah, Creeper got it. 5 seconds here. I'm already lost. Oh, sorry, Zex. You came in right in the middle of a topic. Essentially, we're talking about data statistics. Well, statistics. It's from data science, which is where I learned all these things. Right now, we're talking about how you can have a data set and for good and bad reasons, you can remove data from it. The example I was just giving was, for a good reason you might remove data, is if one of the fields in the, it's essentially a table, like an Excel table, something just like it's null for some reason. There's just no data there. It's broken. You can't use it. So you have to get rid of that entry. Whereas the bad example would be, you know, you cherry pick, say, a value like this true statement in the table and say, well, all the ones that are true contradict my hypothesis, the thing that I started this data on, and what I want to be true when I'm done. So I'm going to come up with some bullshit excuse to remove all of them. There'll be some collateral, but at least it is justifiable academically. Maybe it's flimsy, maybe it wouldn't hold up to peer review, but I can at least get it done, get the data I want, and make the argument I want to make. You can do that. It is wrong. Like, just period. It's wrong. You shouldn't do that. Every data scientist will tell you that that is ethically wrong. It's not controversial. But there are good and bad reasons to remove data. Most data that gets removed is for a good reason. Usually it's busted in some way. You just can't use it. But plenty of academics, yes, they do this all the time. They will just remove data that they don't like it. They just, I don't like it, get rid of it. And then they'll publish in a paper that doesn't require peer review. They'll maybe get in a few headlines, but they won't actually have any success because anyone else in the field who knows what they're doing will immediately realize that they are cherry picking their data. And there will probably be a rebuttal, which is peer reviewed, if it's something that anyone cares about, which will then ruin their career. They don't think that far ahead usually. Usually, though, it's usually political. So they will be picked up by their political group, and that's its own thing. Not always, though. Sometimes they just get abandoned. Sucks to suck. Don't do that. Don't be evil. So yeah, cherry picking data, very common. You can do it in ways that are really evil if you are not an academic, if you don't need to be peer reviewed, if you don't have to supply your sources or your data to anyone for review. You can just tell lies. You can say that they're backed by data. My favorite example of one that I find quite dubious, they could be legit, don't get me wrong, but polling, you know, like a Gallup poll or something like that. Don't be a bad person. Crazy. Yeah, that's the conclusion, you're real. It's just don't be a bad person. We went through the graphs that I have here. They're all about various facts about the prison system. If I can summarize it, it basically meets your expectations, except prison populations have been declining over the last 20 years or so, but my data only goes up to like 2020-ish. So that could have changed. I don't know. Thank you for the hydrate, though. That's roughly what the data says, and now we're talking about how you can take the data I have and be an evil person with it. Because lying got a real upgrade in the early 2000s into now, where it's just increasingly easy to make graphs that are lies. Like this one we were talking about, you can cherry pick data. You can also clean data. Cleaning data is the good thing. Cherry picking is the bad thing. Cleaning would be like you have a row in a Excel document, right? Where it's just broken. Like you can't use it. There's a bunch of data missing. It's got null values. Like what is this? You just get rid of it. You can't use it. It'll break everything. Cherry picking would be finding a whole group of data that you don't like. It doesn't agree with your assumptions and what you want to be true. So you find some excuse to get rid of it that is not in any way really justified. It's just you justifying being evil. Looks like you're singing opera when drinking. That's funny. And other ways that you could cherry pick your own data sets. Let's find... What was one of the like really good examples we had? Here's a good one. So if you wanted to be a disgusting racist, you could pick out the data from the Illinois sentenced bookings from 2013 and use just this piece of data to make some sick argument, some fucked up thing. You'd just be an evil person. And then never mention anything about what happens after, where, you know, that would completely nuke your argument because everything's kind of just approaching nothing. Obviously they'll probably have like some area down here where it stabilizes, but like they're all roughly going to the same number, which is low, as are all the other statistics. They're all just going down. Like there's nothing on the upswing except for I think public order or prisoners, which I don't know what the hell that means, but like almost everything overall in the last 10 years or so is downtrending. So any argument like that is just bullshit, but people will make those arguments. You can make other arguments from other pieces of the data that I have here that are all wrong for different reasons, for different political motivations. It depends on what you want to do. But yes, you can tell fantastic, complicated, detailed lies if you mess with your data enough, if you cherry pick enough. Are we depressed yet? I hope not. The fun part is that it's really obvious when they don't. So I will point out some of the things they won't show you, some of the things they won't say on their graphs. The first thing is they will usually not actually put all the axes in. Or they'll give you different graphs that have different axes that aren't even the same thing, right? Like these are years. These are all years, every single one of them. But just to throw you off, to confuse you, and to make you trust whatever they're saying, they might not mention what year it is, right? They might just not bring that up. Or they might not mention the actual numbers. Or a favorite trick of mine, by that I mean I hate it, is there is a little symbol when you're making a graph. It looks like this. It basically means that there's a big gap here. Now, in the academic world, this is fine. People use it all the time because, you know, making a graph that big is just, like, it just doesn't fit, right? It looks weird because you have some massive gap in the numbers. But they might use that and not tell you. He's fully in support of the flat chest. Huh? What flat chest? I'm confused. Yeah, you could put one in here and then have a massive jump in numbers without saying it. Would it be the right thing to do? No, and most people are aware of it. You know, want boobs, so apparently you guys are multiplying. Well, Risky's a guy, so yeah, that makes sense that he doesn't want boobs. Yeah, you can do a lot of things. You can manipulate how the graphs work, the axes work. You can pick a really complicated graph type. That's another one. You know, people understand line graphs, bar graphs, and pie charts pretty universally, but there are some very complicated ones. The states sound like a lawless wasteland where people don't get in trouble for crimes, where the government is paid for by the elite. It's a place where it's too expensive to live, and healthcare is a way to kill people's future. Sort of. So as far as law goes, it really depends on where you are. If you're outside California, people, it's okay. It's not amazing. There are definitely nicer countries to live in as far as how the police will treat you, but it's really not that bad. But in California, at least, as I understand it, there are certain crimes that won't be prosecuted at all. I don't know why. I think they've changed that since, but that was a thing for a while. Where it was like under a certain dollar value, they just didn't care. Which had interesting consequences. Government is paid for by the elite. Yeah, that's just, I can't argue that one. It has turned more and more into an oligarchy over time. People kept saying like, oh, the military industrial complex owns the government. They really didn't. The government owned the military-industrial complex. It was the other way around. Yeah, that was it. The grocery store theft, that was it. That was the California changes, where people would just like walk out with food because it was under the amount, so the police wouldn't do anything. So you could just take food. Which, I mean, not the worst thing that's ever happened, but not great. Any kind of like violent crime, though, it's pretty. The police are very serious about. If anything, sometimes a little too serious when they think something's happening, but it isn't. Yeah, there's plenty of critiques for the police here. But in most states, 49 out of 50 of them at least, maybe all 50. I don't know what's happening in California these days. But in the rest of them, things are pretty fine. No comment on the healthcare statement. I haven't gotten there. Let me catch my breath here. You asked me like 5 questions. Too expensive to live is becoming very true with housing. I don't know what to do about it. Maybe stop letting people buy housing to rent. Just a thought. I pay nearly $2,000 for housing. I don't live anywhere important. I don't live anywhere worth living near. Like this, there's nothing here. There's nothing worth it. They can only take so much at once. You're spreading them too. What? You know, Canada has the same problem. There's tons of people just buying up property to rent or to just hold on to like an asset. It's very frustrating. People keep saying, oh, we just need to build more housing. No, because they'll just keep buying it. God damn it. They just keep buying it. And then they keep renting it out. And they get to control the rent prices because now they're turning into cartels, essentially. The various like large landlords. Just stop letting people buy property that they're not going to use. I really think renting should not exist as much as we can avoid it. Obviously, like businesses have to lease properties because like you might want to change the location after a while. And owning is very complicated for a business. So like strip malls and stuff, that makes sense. You know, you're starting a small business and all that. It works. And businesses also have a lot more resources at their disposal to, if they wanted to own the property, own it. But I really think people should own their homes. I don't care if it's an apartment. I don't care what it is. If they can make it a way where you own it, maybe you have to pay dues. Maybe you have to, you know, do certain things, you know, kind of like for an apartment, let's say, you could treat it kind of like a homeowners association where the people who own it have to follow a certain set of rules. Most counties and things like that have their own rules on maintaining your lawn and things like that. So they're pretty lenient usually, where it's like your grass can't be over a foot tall unless you're farming it or something. Stuff like that. And then towns have their own rules. So just having to follow those and a certain like bare minimum of cleanliness. Vari, you're not going to like this conversation we're having today. I'm just going to be so real with you. So I despise landlords, as you know, and we're on that topic right now. I despise the practice of landlording, rather. I don't think people should own properties to then rent. I don't think that should be a practice outside of the business world. Bare minimum of cleanliness is going to be my grunge band name. I think there is a way we could figure out to let everyone own their home if they want to own it. I don't see the point in allowing people to own, 20 properties and rent them all out. I don't think that's a positive for the economy long term. I think that's just concentration of wealth. Technically, but it's not like a thing he does per se. But he just doesn't agree with me on a lot of these political topics, so that's always fun. Yeah, I just don't think that should be a thing, period. I think almost everyone should own their home. And I don't think it should be near impossible for them to do that. It would be a lot easier if people weren't buying properties to rent explicitly. You know, exceptions for things like, you know, you owned the home, you lived there for 10 years. You know, you're going to move somewhere else for 3 years. You're going to come back. Okay. You have to get all that in writing. And then if after those 3 years you don't want to move back, after renting it for a while, then you have to just sell it to whoever you're renting it to for a reasonable price. Even Surf's got huts. I mean, that's essentially what it is, though. The way renting is it's a wealth funnel. That's all it is. You're paying someone else's mortgage so that you can live there, and then some. And you're also held to account essentially for anything, any damages you cause, anything like that, that isn't just normal wear and tear. So you're subsidizing their property ownership and then paying them on top of that. Which again, for short-term things, makes perfect sense. You know, if you want to live somewhere for a few years, strictly, and then you have plans to go somewhere else after that, or maybe even less than a year, it's very convenient to be able to rent. I'm not saying you can't ever do it, but the practice on the whole, where someone's gonna have to rent because there's no other options really, for 5, 10, 20, 30 years, they're not building wealth, even though they're paying for the property. And they're not really being given much of a choice. People like to make money and tend to not care who it affects. Yeah. Surfs also only had to work 150-ish days a year. Very true. Very true. We work a lot more now. We get a lot more luxuries, though, for it. So it goes both ways. But suffice to say, yeah, no, housing is absolutely fucked. I know Vari can at least agree that the prices are fucked up. If nothing else, the prices are so fucked up. It's crazy. It's bad. They do need to build more housing, but we also need to stop renting everything, and letting people buy property they're not using for anything but to just rent out. Because if someone buys their first home, right? There are government programs that'll help you with that, by the way, for anyone who's younger. Make sure to be aware of those. But you also have to have the money for the down payment, and you're not going to have that money for the down payment if you've been renting at an elevated price that's like the mortgage plus $500 every month, which is, of course, profiting for the landlord. If instead you had just been able to purchase that property that you now live on anyway, with a reasonable mortgage, you would pay probably about the same overall, because you're doing things, making mistakes probably as a first-time homeowner, but you'd have, you know, a lot of benefits to being the owner instead of the tenant, because once you decide to leave one day, maybe 30 years later, you now either own a home or you own a home with a very small debt on it, as opposed to having nothing gained from paying the mortgage somewhere just because it wasn't your mortgage. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to home ownership, very few downsides to it compared to renting, because a lot of the risks are pretty similar. You know, if you're not a lazy ass anyway, you will find yourself fixing things in a place that you rent because you can't stand them being broken and the landlord isn't fixing them anyway, at least not in any reasonable time frame. So what's the difference? I'd sell myself into slavery if I had food on my table, a house over my head, a bed to call my own, and a lighter workload. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would. I think that's kind of the idea. Except they're not giving you the lighter workload either. All the money funnels up. You don't get to have any of it. They will take as much of it from you. Rich people, that is, the ones who own like 50 properties and shit like that. They will extract as much wealth as they can from you, leave you with very little, and then increase your workload on top of that as often as they can. Good people existing is the only thing stopping that from like happening extraordinarily rapidly, because there are landlords, there are employers, there are people who don't think that's a good idea, and so they buck that general trend. So it's been happening very slowly. You just want to look cute and have a hot husband and not worry about life. Yeah. That's why I imagine a future where it's just a bunch of rich people with armies of robots making products to sell to other rich people, and auto turrets remove the excess population on site. The good thing I can tell you is that that's probably not where we're headed. There will probably just be definitely not like civil war, but there will be violence in our lifetimes, I think, against people who are giga wealthy. I mean, we've already seen a little bit of it. I don't think it's going to get better because the economy for the average person is not getting better. People are very frustrated. And it's not going to get like better just because, you know, we're frustrated and we say something. No, they don't care. It's gotten to the point where it doesn't, you know, or it just doesn't matter. Frankly, it just doesn't fucking matter. You know, people try to do, you know, try to unionize, try to do things, and I mean, I respect it, I do, but I don't think that's what's going to actually change the world in a significant way. That, or we have to have some major economical changes happen. Like we would have to change our outlook on capitalism to be more critical. I'm not entirely against it, in terms of like the broad strokes, as compared to communism. Yeah, using the market economy instead of the command economy, you know, letting private business function. That's all fine and dandy. It works pretty good, actually. But the ideology of capitalism, the core parts of it, a lot of them, they don't just assume the worst of people, but they also encourage it. And that's kind of something that our culture has accepted as good, just because a good chunk of it, a good chunk of what capitalism stands on top of, is actually really solid, like the market economy, you know, private businesses, encouraging growth and things like that. A lot of that is very functional and successful, but certain things are certain things we've assumed based on capitalism as well, like infinite growth. It's not possible. We can't do that. It's physically never going to happen. Infinite doesn't happen. So, you know, there's limits, and we're probably going to hit some. It's just not working out. Can we work out crop rotation for economic policies and beliefs so it can't stay as corrupt? I don't know what the solution is, as far as an actual policy set. Because all three of you in slavery would in fact give you a place to stay, food. A place to stay, food in your bellies, and a house over your heads. So 3 out of 4 of your requests are better than nothing. Well, that's why they call it wage slavery now. A lot of people work well over 40 hours a week. Would I let them sell you into slavery? I wouldn't let them. Freedom is very important. There is no solution. Yeah, probably. It's very frustrating to worry about too much. But the gist of it is that, yeah, like the economy's busted. And a lot of it's made up, a lot of it's BS, to where it's like it doesn't, a lot of it just doesn't matter, period. There's a lot of jobs that, like, they do nothing, but they get paid more than you or I ever will. And they basically just steal that money from someone else. But what about people who want to be enslaved? Oh my goodness. Well, that's their choice. That's a different topic. Thing is, I don't think the dinosaurs going away will fix our problem anymore. I wanted to believe that at one point, but I don't think it will. I believe rather they are being replaced by a younger, more radical version of themselves, who are extraordinarily deluded into thinking that, you know, it's going to be them. They're going to be the rich one. Then they're going to be 35 working at a 7-Eleven, and they're going to make a YouTube video about how their life is going nowhere and they don't really know what to do about it. Like, they can't move out, they can't do anything, even though they work 60 hours a week, they can't even afford a home. They're going to be those people. They're going to be the millennials making those videos right now, who at least know why they're in that situation. But they're going to act like either it was their own personal moral failing somehow, which isn't impossible, don't get me wrong. You could just be like, could just be a piece of crap. That's always possible. But it doesn't seem likely that it happens to so many people. Deny, defend, oppose. God, yeah. Yeah, that's the strategy, isn't it? Gonna be honest, I agree with the post. Huh? I don't know what you're saying exactly, but I assumed everyone in politics assumed this is the last generation of American wealth, and they want to suck out every drop, then run like bloated ticks. That's how it feels. It's very, very disconcerting. I don't know what the hell's going on in America right now as far as like how we're trying to fix it, because I'm not an economist. Let me start there. But I don't understand how anything that's happened is in any way going to fix it. We need tax reform to push that money away from the hyper rich, but that's not happening. They'd probably treat us better if we put the fear of God in them. I don't think so, unfortunately. All this evolution of billions of years leading to us humans, that it will not lead to us just constantly fighting one another eventually. Yeah, I think the threat of violence just encourages them to be more evil, which is why they just shouldn't exist. Like, they shouldn't be allowed, it shouldn't be allowed to happen that someone is so wealthy that they essentially, believe they are God on Earth. When it gets to that point, I don't have a suitable solution that I'm allowed to talk about. Well, Dreamer, I don't know. That's tough, because it's what I want to believe, but I don't see it being something of our own choice. I believe we would have to essentially force it upon ourselves. I'm still praying for an at least awful neutral governmental AI. I don't even need to reach good, just replace the current lawful evil. I do think that is eventually the future of governance. Where the aliens will finally come and nuke us, which I also take into consideration. Quite the interesting idea. Doubtful, but yeah, I do see AI in governance being a thing eventually. It'll be a while from now. But government is flirting with the idea. I can't talk in depth about it. It would be kind of identifying, but they're talking about it. Most of that is currently for more mundane tasks, but they are trying to automate the government in a lot of ways. In ways that I think are probably productive. Like I said, they're menial tasks. They're things that you just have to pay someone to do because, you know, someone has to do it. But I can see that working its way up into making bigger and bigger decisions over time, to where a lot of government is just some kind of machine learning software making choices. And the thing is, I think because of what that means and what that is, it would actually be very lax in terms of how it treats people, because government is very much, at least in my experience, they do not like making mistakes that hurt taxpayers, because they are also taxpayers. So they like to be more lenient as opposed to more strict. They're allowed to interpret a lot of things from law, so they get really lax on about as much as they can. either gonna nuke ourselves or those people in space are gonna, but something has to give. Yeah, I don't know what the future holds. It's out there somewhere though. If there are aliens, they're here for us to watch us like a TV show or harvest something from us or steal our drugs. If humanity dies, at least make it interesting. I don't want our legacy to disappear to gray goo or something as bland. My money is on Mouse Utopia Death Spiral. Who knows? The future is very hard to predict, but suffice to say, things in the US are rough right now. I don't think we're going to see another, like, boom, per se, for the average person until this second Gilded Age is finally over. And I don't know what will cause it to end, but yeah. We're getting into the Gilded Age, another Gilded Age, where the rich are just absurdly rich. And it's, like, painful. I also believe another post that Elon has gone so over the edge with all this bullshit that he would rather the US government cave than actually be held accountable, which he probably would. I mean, I think he's delusional. I think he has delusions of grandeur, where he thinks he can fix everything. He probably can't fix anything. Can we please get our rich people to do awesome shit again? They're doing stuff. They just don't talk about it as much. They're more interested in tech now. They got bored of skyscrapers and stuff. They kind of already pushed the limits on that, so they're like, you know, now they're building shitty submarines, rockets, lots of rockets, and trying to get into everything. They're preparing to flee the planet. I doubt it. It's at least not anytime soon. Not in their lifetimes. Do you think religious zealotry will ever unite people, or is modern understanding of tech and science going to stop that? I don't think it can actually unite a whole people that is academically rich, let's say. A lot of education. But I'm talking about current religion. Religious behavior? Yes. Ideologies? Yes, absolutely. I just don't think it's going to be the religion that we're accustomed to talking about. I think it will be just a belief system that is not faith-based. It is, well, I mean, it is faith-based, but not in the same spiritual sense. It'll just be an ideology. So you could call them religious, but I wouldn't call it a religion. Similar to something we saw in World War II. If I can... Yeah, I think that navigates the filters. I'm allowed to say it that way. Similar to some things we saw back in the day. I think that's what we're moving towards in a general sense. People stop preaching about their 2,000-year-old book while also bitching about other books. That'd be great. I mean, I'm fine with people believing whatever they want to believe on their own. And, you know, sharing that with people respectively. But I don't know. It seems kind of... I don't think that's ever coming back in a major way. A lot of people try to talk about it. I don't really think it is. I just think that right now things are really, really, really difficult for a lot of people for a lot of very different reasons, depending on where you are and what you do. A lot of them have the same underlying problems. But when things get difficult like this, people cling to different things. Like religion is one of them. But also ideologies. And religion stopped being the major one well over a century ago that people actually end up clinging to. Now people cling to ideologies That's why things like World War II happened, was because people were in very poor conditions, and there was an ideology that promised to fix those conditions. People can't, you can't promise that your religion is going to fix the poverty that you're experiencing now. Like, that just doesn't work. So instead, people cling to ideology, which does claim that it will fix those problems immediately. Sometimes they do, which is crazy, when they actually are, like, mildly successful. So it can be a good thing when people are able to get behind a way of thinking and a way of doing that is productive and helpful to others. It's also extraordinarily dangerous because those people are vulnerable to getting caught up in other ideologies that are exceptionally dangerous and bad. These mentioned rich people have actual power and decision-making abilities. They do. That's just that people being old and people continuing to elect old people for some strange reason. Something I'll never fully understand. But yeah, that's just what they grew up with, so that's what they just keep pushing. It's really stupid, but yeah. You'd be surprised. I think a lot of even Gen X people now who are like, you know, in their 50s and 60s are much more, what's the word? Plastic, I guess, in their beliefs and approaches to things than, you know, boomers and people who are even older than that, because how much change you grow up through, I think, kind of informs how you understand the world going forward in life. You know, so if you spent your first 20 years of life living basically the same life in the same world, more or less, then you expect the rest of life to be more or less the same. But when you are growing up in like the 80s, 90s, 2000s now, once you become an adult, you've been through so much change. Things have been so chaotic throughout your entire life. You're fine with change. You've done it all the time. Why not more? That's fine. I don't see an issue with observing that. It's an experiential difference. And that is why, you know, over the last, 200 or so years, change has happened more and more rapidly, but lives have also been, extended. So the change is being capped now by that, I think, to where, you know, the people who were making the change, they get into power, they make those changes, but then they're around for like a really, really long time. Chat died. Chat looks fine. Do you find it interesting that it tends to flip back and forth? Same political party has not been in office for 2 terms back to back if it wasn't the same president in a long time. Yeah, that's very true. In like 20 years or so, I would say it's been a while. It does tend to flip back and forth for presidencies, but you know, policy has gotten more and more extreme over the last 20 years. Since about the Bush administration, I think after that, things started getting more and more extreme on political ends. There were extremes already. Don't let people tell you that, you know, those were the good old days when everyone got along. They didn't. They really didn't. But things have only polarized further to a point where it is very difficult to bring people together because they have so many significant differences ideologically. I still blame Reagan. I don't know enough about Reagan, but I haven't heard anything good, really. People keep acting like he's great, like older people, and I don't know why. I've never heard anything particularly great about him. But, yeah, I think there's just a learned experience there that old people... Are we anywhere near topic anymore? Sort of. All of this does relate back to the fact that both parties in America use these exact strategies that I've talked about today as far as statistics goes, they will cherry pick all their data. They will misrepresent things. Sometimes they just lie. They just tell lies. That's it. It's just a lie. There was no statistics in the first place. Brain started the trickle down shit. Ah, yes. The one where you open your mouth and you hope that it's money that falls in. Of course. Yeah, that panned out so well. But to get back onto topic a little bit, still political though. You know how you get all those polls that come out and they say, when are you going to comment on the state of the medical industry in the States? Give me a minute, you're real. Give me a minute to... I want to finish this thought because I was in the middle of it. The polls, pollsters, you know, the ones that will call you and ask, hey, what do you think about XYZ? And try to get data on that. I do want to point out that I have looked more than once at different polling groups. Most of them will not provide you their data. If you asked them, said, hey, can I get the data for that report you put out that you said this person was going to win this race, they will not give you that data. They'll tell you all about how they rigorously analyze and filter the data, and they make sure that they get a representative grouping. I have yet to see any evidence, though. Not a fucking bit. I've never been able to find it. I don't know what to tell you. I cannot tell you if those are legit or not. They're probably lying. It is expensive to gather data. Why would they gather rigorous data when they could gather some data and then just kind of wing it and make it fit whatever they want to do? Why would they do that? If they don't even have to tell you or provide the data, if they don't have to explain themselves in detail, they can just do whatever they want. Why wouldn't they? It saves them money. It lets them basically pick whatever they want to say. Is that what they're doing? I don't know, but I can't tell you. Hi, Croissant. How are you? I guess, am I on Google Slides? No. This is a PDF. I'm gonna go to this slide for people who walk in, so they don't assume something very negative about what I'm talking about today. Aw. I'm also just going to call out since I can. Welcome to this. Yeah, it's a conversation on statistics and how government will lie to you, and a lot of people will lie to you about things and why they might do that and how they might do that. Yeah, so I'm just gonna point this out. Someone did unfollow. I saw the number go down. It was at 281. Now it's at 280. Somebody unfollowed over this. I don't care. That's how two different news stations can be reporting on the same thing and have two completely different answers or opinions. Absolutely. They just have to go to a different polling place that agrees with what they wanted to say. So everyone is lying all the time until proven otherwise. That's what you should do. When someone comes up to you and tells you that, oh, did you know that 36% of whales are like gay or something? Random statistic. Where the hell did you get that? You should ask that question. Where did you hear that? Like that? Huh? What do you even mean by that? That's what I'm saying. Like, huh? Exactly, Croissant. I don't think they do that. They don't. They just kind of like many aquatic species. They just kind of spray. So yeah, no. What was so controversial they unfollowed? I don't know, but I don't care. Most people would just take their neighbor's word for it. That's the thing. You shouldn't. I mean, when it's something silly that doesn't actually matter, whatever, right? Gay whale sex. Who cares? Whatever, dude. You know, that's just silly. It doesn't impact your life. It will not change who you vote for. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Oh, it is commercial time. Unfortunate. Oh, the Spider-Man Yowie? Maybe that's what led to it. It's so real. The only way I can forgive it is if they just accidentally hit the button. I can forgive that. But if they left because of something I said, then I don't care. This has been probably one of my most controversial streams yet, and it's been pretty mild. I'm gonna keep gay whale sex in my mind so that I can torment Taylor with remembering his example for lies and truths. Feel free. That's funny. You know, you should ask the question, like, where'd you hear that? Don't get on their case about it. You know, if you're talking to a coworker, don't be like, where'd you hear that? That's a lie. Don't be that person. All right. That's really annoying. They could be screwing with you. But just ask the question, like, oh, where'd you hear that one? And then, you know, maybe look it up later. How do large mammals such as whales have sex anyway? They kind of just spray. In the water? Yeah, they just spray. They get near another animal that is prepared, and they just kind of I think other like land-based mammals, they still do it. It's really the only way. Yeah, they just do it. It is weird. Yeah, Tay could call me a slur and tell me to keep myself safe, and I'd still watch his streams. Oh my god, I would never. A woman is staring into my eyes and eating dog food out of a bowl with her dog while an AI voice tries to sell it to me, and now bolts are rotating. What the hell kind of ads are you watching then? That's crazy. Yeah, I guess if someone didn't care about being lied to by governments and agencies and groups, sucks to be them. This is why I pay for Turbo. Yeah, I mean, that or get a good ad blocker set up. Do whatever you gotta do. Sweet Jesus, it's Electroboom. Electroboom is on ads. I've never seen an ad on Twitch. It's crazy. I don't know why that is exactly. Is it because I have Prime? There's so many things I can't buy locally around here where it's just like it actually financially it just makes sense. But you know, living in the middle of nowhere, I guess, has its consequences. Oh, it's over. Good. Welcome back, Ben. Happy to have you back. Hard to get a blocker when you use the app. Damn. Yeah. I know on desktop I have a setup that does block it successfully. I think. I get sport card ads all the time. I don't like sport cards. I guess because I'm a young male, it thinks I'll be into sport cards, but like, yeah. Hey, it's just a cog in the machine that is Jeff Bezos. Shut him. No. Please. Please, it saves me money. I can't afford it otherwise. Which reminds me, I should probably cancel that sometime soon. I haven't been using it as much. I don't think it is financially making sense right now. So I should look at that. But, I'm all for saving money. That said, I mean, if you don't like Amazon, I am on YouTube and Kick. I'm specifically on Kick for people who just really hate Google and Amazon. I'm not really on there for any of the other reasons. Remove my pants. What? You're not allowed to do that. Who said you could do that? How are you going to do that? Explain yourself. Get the eBay branding iron. Look into it. Huh? I know a good artist. Oh my goodness. Thick as hell on earth. It's a lawless hellhole. You can't chat over there. I disabled it. Does he have? Yeah, I have a lower half. Hold on. Yeah. I have legs. I also have legs on the other model. Hold on. Is it this one? It's this one. As you can see, I definitely have legs. And thigh highs. Sniff. Oh my goodness. God damn, you got the hips of a 35-year-old MILF. What? What? Huh? What do you mean, Ben? What's a new one? What do you mean? Is that even a flirt? I don't know. I don't know what that was. But yeah, I have thigh highs and legs. Like, you got the hips so wide you'd have to have had kids for the extra spread. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I even have shoes. See, I have little shoes. Also, I'm really happy with the ears because they, like, if I shut my eyes, they move. So they react to me. No one required the shoes. You put them on freely. Well, alternatively, I just don't have shoes on, and then I just have socks, and then it's like we're one step away from a foot thing going on, and I'm not about it. That's not me. Anyway, no one paid for the outfit, so. You don't have feet in the astral realm. Well, get some, silly. I don't think you sent me the PNG of the Catboy maid outfit. It's for a friend, I swear. Give me a minute. I can get you that really quickly, actually. I think. How do you grow feet? Now you just decide that you have them. It's just a choice. That's just how it works. Anyway, there you go, Uriel. And then just without the glasses. There you go. I didn't crop that one, I'm lazy. Anyway. Rubs hands together with ill intent. Oh no. What's going to happen to me? Chat, what's he going to do? So yeah, what's the saying? There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Something like that. That's basically what sums all this up. Statistics will be largely used against you, not for your benefit. Some things, of course, are just like if you go to a technical conference or something, if you see a graph, it's probably true. Someone's probably trying to communicate something with clarity and precision. It depends on the topic. Depends on how much people care about whether or not that thing is true or not. If you're talking about like efficiencies on a machine, or, you know, power put in to power put out, stuff like that, like it kind of has to be true. You can't just lie about that. It's very easy to measure. Note, axes. They're axes. Thank you very much. I envision a big mech teaching his apprentices how to read graphs by using a row of Gretchen holding axes at various heights instead of a line. Oh my goodness. Statistically, insert something, no offense. Statistically, my art's better than yours, no offense. Quote Mac. A cat in memes. Very cool. I will look at it after stream. So yes, any questions about statistics before I go back to the healthcare question? curiosities, any questions? An orc cursed to fail whatever he did would make an excellent mediator. I suppose. How does chat get laid with statistics? Have you ever lied about statistics? Okay, I'll answer the serious one first. Have I ever lied about statistics? Not intentionally. It's very easy to lie by accident, though. It's very hard to tell the truth, actually, when it comes to statistics. It's very easy to misrepresent what's happening. Because even if you try your best, you can come up with the wrong numbers that you believe are true, present them, and then be wrong. Have you ever statistically touched grass? Not with statistics, no. I've touched grass plenty, but not with statistics. I don't know how you would do that. Yeah, I don't know how to do that one. But how does chat get laid with statistics? You would have to use like data analysis tools to figure out where to go to get laid. You'd have to gather a lot of data from men more successful than you. I'm assuming this is for men. Women don't need to use statistics to get laid usually. They still might. Gotta respect that, but they'll have an easier time gathering data as well. But for the guys, you have to figure out where to go and how to act and use various pieces of data to figure out what the best approach is, specifically to getting laid. I don't think it'll be very successful because you're probably a massive nerd if you do that. And I don't think that you're going to find someone into that using that method. There's probably better ideas, but you know, it's a thought. What are you doing to me? You're real. What's happening? What kind of sins are you committing? Where to go? Grinder. Don't gotta worry about how you act. Most guys on there don't care. Oh my god. Allergic to grass. Oh no. Yeah, that makes sense why you would move to the Yukon. If you're a big enough nerd, women always agree to marry you if the saw trap is elaborate and painful enough. Ben, that's not okay. You're not allowed to do that. I was more thinking like if you're a massive nerd, your best odds are like conventions and stuff, where like being a nerd is cool. But that's so hard to gather data on. You're not allowed to do that. That's not, you can't do that. I mean, you physically can. I can't stop you. Not directly anyway, but you really shouldn't. It's not a syndrome if your name is Stockholm. Oh my god. Yeah, as for medical, yeah, that's a Ponzi scheme. Insurance in general is a Ponzi scheme. You can't convince me I'm wrong, because I'm not. I'm not wrong. It's all a Ponzi scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. It funnels money to the top. It only gives out the money that it has to keep the money flowing upwards. That's all it does. It is in no way beneficial. You can have insurance that is not a Ponzi scheme, but that's just not like why it works out. It's just why medical care should not be a business. It really shouldn't be like a classical business. The biggest problem we have is the cost of medical education, where like just the whole thing balloons the moment you're paying $400K for your education. Just the doctors have to be paid so damn much. Yeah, we pay by far #1 amount of money in, and we're 4th. Yeah, it's awful. But yeah, no, any insurance, it's a Ponzi scheme, pyramid scheme, whatever you want to call it. They're all like that. They just shouldn't exist. Not in the way that they do. Insurance should be probably government managed, where, you know, or it could be private, but it would have to be in such a way that like the goal is to have the money for like worst case, and then after that cut rates to where you're not ending up with more money than that. Just learned today from a friend of mine, she's a mortician, and she let me know that that it isn't run by the government. Feels like a public service now. Yeah, no, it's not. You have to pay for that. The doctors become legally wards of the state, but we're required to keep them in luxurious conditions. In return, they must doctor for at least 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. They can be private employees, like they can be, you can have businesses, right, as medical practices, but the way that the procedures and things are covered, everything is managed, how they get their education, all of that should be more reasonable. Medical health insurance is fourth richest grossing business in the USA. Yeah, it sure is. They make a lot of money, a lot of profit. And they will actively try to basically kill you. My way lets you have a pet doctor. Oh my God. Ridiculous as always, Ben. Yeah, the fact that they can be run for profit is like just on the face of it absurd. The point of insurance is to collectivize the cost of healthcare, which is fine. You know, someone has to pay for it. Someone has to pay the doctor. And you know that stuff is expensive, and it's really hard to afford right out the gate. But when like half the premium you pay, you'll never see back, and no one else will ever see back. It's all just going to someone who's already plenty rich. That's upsetting. Same with like car insurance and other things like that. You have to pay. You are required to have these insurances. For anyone not in the US, you have to have car insurance to have a car, usually. I have to pay, it's like $150 for my one car. I've never been in an accident. I still have to pay like $150 a month for car insurance. Literally Godwin to yourself? What does that mean? Laughter or bleak, soul-crushing, ulcer depression. The crazy thing is, like if you're poor enough, you get to ignore the health insurance thing where you're required to have it or pay. It's not a lot, but you'd have to pay to not have it essentially on your taxes. If you're poor enough, you can just ignore it. If you were never going to get anything on credit, if you were never going to do any of that, obviously you're not going to get appointments or anything like that, but if you need to go to the ER or something, you can, and you just don't pay. Pay the debt away. You can pay debt away usually. Might be very difficult. That's really fucking funny, actually. That's just a really fucking hilarious edit. Nice. Messed up my window there. But yeah, suffice to say, it is not a functional system that is helpful to the American people. It is purely yet another. Essentially, it's a tax at this point. It's a tax, just not from the government. It's a private tax. You're required to have some kind of insurance, and you know, whether you or your employer pay for it, you have to have it to live. But then on top of that, they don't have to give you service. They don't have to do what your doctor says. They don't have to do anything. They're scummy. It's evil all the way down. Or all the way up, I should say. All the way up to the boardroom. Just gets more evil as you go up through management. Where they're actively making decisions to kill people. Just unironically. They're just evil. She might actually sketch you without pants. Well, what's gonna be there? What are you gonna do with... I do want to clarify before she gets too far. Am boy. Just putting that out there. Am boy. I don't want it to be anatomically incorrect, you know what I'm saying? She knows. Okay. Am boy. Technically. What do you mean, Ben? Peen is there? It sure is. Yeah. The current situation in America financially for most people is just abysmal. It's like it's really just, unless you bought a house 10 years ago, you're not in a good spot. Unless you make a lot of money. And I mean a lot. Like a ridiculous amount of money. You can make 6 figures now living somewhere that is not New York City or LA and still be not making that much, really. Welcome, new Catboy. Witness our glorious moments into control. Also rude. I wouldn't take Klee too seriously. I know the truth. That's all that matters. I know the truth. Yeah, it's just rough. And it's a complicated mess of factors that go into it. The housing is one of the big ones. Rising insurance rates are another one. Cost of goods in general has gone up, but that's even more complicated. It's just, things aren't good. Things just aren't good. And I think a lot of people are trying really hard to pretend that it's not that bad, because otherwise it's really miserable. I don't blame them. Like, it's just not it's not fun to worry about. But if you don't at some point stop and kind of look in the mirror, take stock, it can be really easy to convince yourself that things aren't as bad as they are, and that you're not like on a brink somewhere. Personally, I'm thankful that I'm not on any like edge of being in poverty or anything like that. I'm quite fortunate, but yeah, a lot of people fake it till you break it. They push themselves until they snap one day. My one friend recently discovered essentially that he's probably autistic on some level. But he's not diagnosed, but he is definitely diagnosed ADHD. And just knowing has made such a difference in his life, because it has explained what he was experiencing, which was various forms of burnout, where he was just pushing himself well past his limits because he didn't know how to properly approach certain things, how to cope with stresses in his life, because he didn't know what he was dealing with, like what the baseline was or what to expect of himself. And I think a lot of people are also unaware of their own limits and what they can and can't do. Most people will be like, they'll push themselves a little too hard, but at least if you are mindful of it, you can limit how bad it is. Personally, I push myself right up to my limit. I know where my limit is, and I stop myself. I had to find it, but like, figured that out. Which is why, I mean, you guys have seen me decide not to do things, decide to quit things, because I know I can't do it. I was always taught that it doesn't matter, you do what needs done because that's how it is, so do it and don't bother complaining. That's the problem, though. If you get too deep into that, which is where these people go, the don't bother complaining part ends with a funeral. It ends with a funeral. And not by accident, let's say. It's miserable, and that sucks. But I think it's really important that we acknowledge that and try to avoid it. You know, toughening up, letting yourself be uncomfortable, pushing your limits, that's all fine. It's just, you have to know your limits. And in the last, I would say 20 years or so, things have changed a lot in life to where now there are not so many barriers to stop you from pushing yourself to your limits and past them. So it's very easy to convince yourself that you're not doing enough because you can be doing more. But the people who worked really hard 20 or 30 years ago, you know, let's say maybe they work really hard at their 40-hour-a-week job, but then they go home and they do nothing relating to work. They don't even think about it. They work really hard while they're there, and then they go home and they chill. There was no, well, I guess there was now. We're literally going 20 years back. But, you know, you weren't going to go online and try to increase your Twitter following or do all those other things. Be a streamer. Hi, guys. Yeah, it's me. I'm talking about myself on this one. They weren't going to try to do all those other things. They weren't going to essentially try to build something else on top of the 40-hour week that they were working. So they were very invested in that 40-hour work week, in that corporate job, whatever was worth it for them while they were there. So they would push up, but then they wouldn't like go crazy when they're at home too. And that's what I think actually pushes people, is when you have to work too much. Whereas today you can do your 40-hour week. You can have essentially a part-time job. That video I put out recently, I essentially summed it up to where the amount of time I spend on streaming is at least another part-time job, if not a full-time job for me. Thankfully, I have a lot of fun with it, so I'm cool with it. But most people do not actually enjoy everything revolving around streaming. Most enjoy just the streaming. So all the extra work is work for them. I do still consider it like working on something, but it's different in my head. The ever-approaching moment that the abyss awaits you, the encroaching knowledge of you being a failure constantly plaguing the back of your thoughts, and the relentless feeling of never being good enough. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way, and they don't want to feel that way. But when they take stock, that's how they see themselves, which just makes things worse, because then they don't see themselves as worth working towards being worth something, let's say. The return of the 16-hour day? No, I think right now the reality is that there will be enough discontent that things will have to change in terms of economy and how value is ascribed to different things. It will have to change. Otherwise, there will be violence that we would like to avoid. And I would rather see change that mitigates that before it has to happen. But a lot of people are really on the edge, I think. So hopefully we can fix that. But yeah, that older model, it doesn't really work. I mean, you can work at a company for 30 years and they will fire you the next day because they feel like it. They don't care about the loyalty. So there's that. You know, you're not going to get your gold watch and all those things. Heading out. Have a good night, Uriel. Thank you for being here. Yes, I will hydrate just for you. I see it plopped up World War III leading to a martial law transition to neo-feudalism. Maybe. If things got like really crazy, I could see it. But I see it being more of the same. Things don't change that much usually. Even when they change a lot, they don't change that much. People don't like change. Even those in power, they'd like the world to be roughly the same. At least their day to day. But you never know. Never know. We're not in power, so we don't get to decide, really. We do have some power, not a lot. Yeah, it depends on how you want to define that. But yeah, I would say the most important thing is to make sure you're enjoying every day to the extent that you can. Like, don't neglect yourself or your professional life or what you want to do, the things you want to pursue. Make sure you're doing those, but it's important to keep in mind that, like, you're just a person and you you can only be so productive. You can only put so much effort in each day. You can only get so much done. You can only learn so many things. You have talents, and you have things that you are very much not talented at, things that you are bad at even by default. And that's okay. That's fine. If you want to work on those, that's cool. You don't have to, though. You don't have to be perfect, essentially. And it's very important to keep in mind that everyone on social media is fake, by and large. They will lie to you. They will present a fake image of themselves to you to make themselves seem better. They may or may not think they're better than you, but they will act like they are, because that is the profitable thing to do for them. That is what they benefit from. I have seen that being a little bit different on Blue Sky. People are a little more genuine, mainly because engagement doesn't really spiral there as much. At least not for like no good reason. It can if, you know, if someone makes a good piece of art, then yeah, it might blow up a bit. But that's just because a lot of people saw it and a lot of people decided to interact with it because they liked it. Things won't just get shoved to your face as much. Mr. Beast tried to make a real world version of the Hunger Games, only apathy saved us. Oh my god. Yeah, I think things are a little bit better than a lot of people might think, but then his entire online persona is a lie. I'll be so real with you. I don't have the energy to lie. I'm so lazy. As far as social media goes, I mean, you guys can look at them. I post very irregularly. I don't even post that I'm going live half the time. More than half the time. I don't bother. It's work, and it's not one of the things I enjoy. I don't really like social media as a whole. So I don't love engaging with it. I don't really bother all the time. And that's kind of my whole shtick, is I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to just tell you what I'm thinking and what I think is maybe funny or interesting, or my thoughts on a topic. That's my shtick, is to be real. I know that's not the norm in the VTubing sphere. A lot of people will carefully select the stories they tell you, the things they tell you, not because of terms of service, which is why I have to do it. Certain stories I just can't share because I'll get in trouble. He's championing reality, get him. But because telling people what you really think, talking about the things that actually matter to you, is controversial to a lot of people who watch VTubers. A lot of people who do watch VTubers are into like also the idol sphere and things like that, which is more or less all about escapism. It's all about getting away from reality. Not all of them hate that, don't get me wrong, but plenty of them. There are a handful of VTubers who very much talk about reality. The idols in general, like Japanese idols and VTubing idols, things like that. That's a big chunk of the VTubing audience, is people who are into that side of the culture. Which I've seen people argue that VTubing has to be idols. I strongly disagree. That is definitely not what it is now. It was at one point. But that's definitely if anything, a minority now as far as the fans go. It's a vocal one, and not an insignificant one, but it is still a minority now. But yeah, they're pretty obnoxious from what I have seen of them. But even more people, just in general, they don't want to talk about difficult topics. They don't want to talk about reality. They want to be entertained by a funny anime character, which is fine. I totally understand that. Life is stressful. Life is difficult. But that's just not what I enjoy. I don't like ignoring things. I don't like not having actual conversations with people. I don't like dehumanizing people. Which I this is probably a hot take, let's say. I think that treating your chat as a monolith, as an audience, in the way that it often is, as a faceless audience that is not made up of people, but is just, hey chat, right? I do think that's a bit dehumanizing to the chat, and I think from what I have seen, from what I have watched, a lot of people who do streaming do not necessarily take any steps to mitigate that. They don't care that the chat is just the chat. Clee says, I just view VTubing as a way for people who want to make content but do not want to show their face, who want like a figure to represent them. That's what it is now. That's what I think it is now. And most people do agree. It is just another way of streaming, another way of creating content without doxing yourself. It's like the modernized version of all the various YouTubers who just used like a cartoon character to represent them. I don't see a problem with that. Chat, is this real chat? Yeah, those people who will never interact with their chat personally. Which, you know, is, again, fine if that's what you actually want as a viewer. But I do think, especially among larger, more serious VTubers and streamers, it's not very common to see them really know their chat, or care to know their chat, or care what their chat's going through or what they think. Just numbers to a lot of them. Yeah, well, that's especially for the more sociopathic people in this in content creation. It's all about numbers. It's all about making line go up, which in a way I kind of respect. You know, you have to. They're playing the game and they're winning. There's something to learn there, even if it's what not to do, even if it's what to speak out against. You learn something. Farming drama is probably one of the biggest things that can grow your channel. If you don't care that you're farming drama and that you're now controversial, you're probably going to have to say something that you maybe don't agree with to get that to happen, and then you got to run with it. Winning via selling their souls. Yep, but they're winning. Ain't it lovely? They get rewarded for it, and it's entirely our fault. As the consumers, it's our fault. We watch them, we give them money. The viewers are literally to blame. It's their fault. I hate Baja Blast. Bam, 1 million followers. Fuck yeah. You know what? I think I'd take that risk. I think I'd say that if it would get me 1 million followers. You know what? I do hate Baja Blast. I left that pause long enough so that you could clip it. What? Followed. I'll be honest, I don't think Baja Blast is that great. It's okay. I wouldn't spend extra money on it though. But yes, how are you, Caro? How you been? Last I saw you, I think you were playing web fishing and talking about your apartment, I think, was the last topic I remember. You've been in art hell? Oh no. Were you like trying to draw something? We've been talking about statistics and we got into like economics. I wouldn't really say politics because I just talked about the economic conditions. It's a bit of a secret. Oh, interesting. A secret, you say? I see how it is. Come in here and tease us with that. All right, then. We look forward to your future success. Do make sure that we all know when you're done with your little secret. You'll see, hopefully. That sounds kind of ominous. I've never had a Baja Blast Clee. You're supposed to at least try it. You gotta go to Taco Bell, I think, to get it. But yeah, you can Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I didn't hate it. Not actually, but like, I wouldn't go out of my way to get it. Hopefully it's very dependent on me. My personal deadline is next Sunday. Well, I wish you luck, and I believe in you. I think you can do it. Apparently there's going to be art very soon involving me. I don't really know what exactly is happening in it, but I know that it's not going to be safe for work. That's all I got. Jumping back into it now. Good luck. Well, thank you, Kara. I like the shade of green. It's nice. Baja Blast does have good like branding and color choice. That I will give it. It doesn't look bad. If I go to Taco Bell explicitly, I will probably get it because, like I said, I don't hate it. I wouldn't pay extra for it or something. But when I go, because I don't get fast food very often, I'll get it. Just have something different. Rarely stick around for most full streams nowadays. I can kind of understand that. I mean, how many people actually talk about anything interesting? Do anything interesting? I'm talking about myself here in part. I mean, some of the games I play after I'm done, I'm like, you know, I don't feel like that was really like worth it. Like I don't feel like that was particularly entertaining. Makes me look into my own non-willingness. Oh, I see. You always try to stay clean, but sometimes you fall asleep. That's totally fine. Don't feel bad about that. I'm just happy you're here when you're here. I'm happy that you're all here when you are here. And I do notice when you're not. I do miss you guys when you don't, you know, if you don't show up for a day. But I'm just happy to see you the next time. I don't find folks not entertaining. I just realize what I should be doing and just not. So you're like, oh, I should be doing something else than watching this. Something like that. I'm not sure if I'm understanding it fully, but I'm trying. I swear. I've definitely had a lot of people where I like start to watch their stream and then it's just, okay, there's nothing like. But yeah, that's a different feeling of just feeling the need to be doing something. That's what it sounds like. Like feeling like you have to be productive, feeling like you have to, like, oh, I should be working on, I don't know. My own example, I'll pull out StreamerBot. I should be working on StreamerBot. I should get that thing put in. Why though? Why does it have to be done now? That's usually the question I ask myself is why do I have to do it now? And why can't I relax now? Sometimes successfully, sometimes not. But I try to like plan things out in my head of like, when do I have to have it done by? And that helps me inform my choices. But it is difficult. It is difficult. I struggled with it a lot more when I was younger, I think. Where I just ended up ignoring it all and I just didn't do things that I should have done. I really had to do, but I couldn't handle it. So I just didn't care and I just did whatever I felt like. That was not productive or successful, but it's what I did. Can't recommend it. Don't care enough to feel like you gotta do something. I'm very anxious, so I always feel like I have to do something, but it's like, do what? It was always the question. And for a while there, I just decided I was going to do what I want, what I feel like. And that guided me for quite a long time. Didn't like ruin my life or anything, because what I wanted to do was like play video games and hang out and have money to do things with my friends. Yeah, it wasn't awful. It didn't ruin my life. But, you know, when it came to homework or college work, various things like that, I just kind of not bother occasionally. I just didn't feel like it, you know. It didn't seem like it mattered to me, you know. I didn't care about the class or something, and I would just not do it. And I think I failed one class because of that. It was a stupid class too. Like there was no reason I failed. It was just me. I just didn't care. Didn't care enough. I didn't push myself to do it. It's like really stupid things, like a 2-page paper or something. Just like nothing in college. Just didn't bother. Failed because of it. Stupid of me, but that's what happened. That was my first time in college. My second time around, I did everything, more or less. Not strictly. If it was optional, I may not. You know, if there were a few times I had options of like, do this or that, and I would just do the easy one, because obviously. But I did almost all the homeworks. I did every project. I did every paper. I put a lot of work into it, and I did much better, of course, because of it. But I changed a lot between those time frames. I think the biggest thing that kind of changed my life, which is it's a very strange thing. I don't know how to explain it properly. But one day I just kind of decided I was going to be happy. And I don't mean that like literally, like it's like everything just fixed itself. But like that was my goal. I was going to find a way to be happy. I was going to be happier in the longer term. Like I was going to stop being a lazy ass and like get up and do something, anything, you know, push myself enough. Am I happier? Yeah. Yeah, I think making the choice to get that, to work towards that goal, not making someone happy, not making myself happy, like short term, but to work towards changing anything in my life that I have to be happier. Which means one day I just decided to be happier, then I forgot to continue being happy. But you know, that didn't really like pay off right away. But it changed my outlook on life pretty immediately, of like what mattered, you know. Which is why I'm here now talking to you guys, why I got into VTubing, because I'm a lot happier here. I'm not happy at my job. I'll be very blunt about that. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. It's not a passion project. It's not something that makes me happy. It doesn't let me socialize in the way I want to. It doesn't make me happy. So I don't want to keep doing it. So, you know, long term, one day, the goal is to find a different job or make streaming my job, which I would really like. But Tay. But the thing is, and I've told you guys this before, it's not like I'm in a bad spot. So until it one day maybe becomes my job, I'll just say this simply because I've said it before quite a few times. I don't want people to spend money here, and I don't want people to feel like they should. I don't need it. Like I genuinely just don't need it. If you want to spend money here on anything, I'm not going to tell you not to, but it's going to go right back into building the whole community up, trying to get, you know, art for various things to improve the stream, to make it better for you guys, covering different stuff that I would like to do but can't really afford. Like I have some things I would like to get animated, not like animes, but like I have art that I would like to have animated versions of. That costs money though. I might eventually just pay for it myself, that's fine. But if I got enough money from streaming to cover it, I would just go get it then. I'm definitely in the red, which is fine. Again, not complaining, but you know, the more I can cover it, the faster I can get things done. Is there any other longer videos in the works? Not yet. I have to figure something out for what I'm going to talk about. I had an idea, but after trying to start writing it, I don't think it's a good idea. Maybe I'll come back to it one day, but nothing right now. I kind of am just going to go off of finding a topic that I really care about and then turning that into a video. Something that I find quite interesting. I think that makes the best videos. You know, some kind of brain worm that gets in you and you just can't stop thinking about it. It's those things. So I'm sure I'll have one eventually that we can hone in on and just focus in on for a whole video. You talk about a grocery list and I'd still be interested in listening to it. I don't think you would be, honestly. That would be quite boring. My grocery lists are very short because I live alone, so it wouldn't be a very long video. Yeah, nothing right now, or not right this second anyway. I have some ideas rattling around in my head, but nothing concrete. They're definitely going to change topic quite drastically as well. I wouldn't expect them always to be like on some particular point. Just whatever I happen to be interested in. Like right now, because I'm still working on improving how I appear to others as a VTuber, working on art and things like that to get banners and everything kind of figured out. It's very much on my mind how everything functions and what's important and what isn't. So that's why I made the video on it. But I would like to probably talk about gaming at some point as well. Some things I've seen and observed over years that I think I've thought about enough to talk about at length. You've grown a lot in the shortest amount of time you've been streaming. How does it feel? I don't know what a lot of growth is. Daddy Tay-A-Thon is gooning to you again. He needs to be punished. What? I find it hard to define what like growing a lot means, but I'm pretty happy with it so far. Having regulars and that group of regulars slowly growing is definitely makes me happy to see. The fact that I am good enough for multiple people to actually spend their time on, so for some people to spend their money on, definitely makes me feel like it's worthwhile. If I had 5 or 10 people every stream, I'd have a breakdown. Like happiness. Well, it's happened slowly, and I've put in a lot of hours. So I feel like getting the 5 to 10 people has been I've put a lot of work into it. So it's not like a blessing from up high. It's a result of a lot of work that I've done both since I started streaming and for years prior, where I worked on public speaking and things like that. And other various skills that have come up, knowledge that is relevant now for some reason. Some of it like this shouldn't have been relevant to streaming, but it was because we were able to talk about it for a day. All of that is kind of paying off. It's a lot of work. I mean, yeah, I don't like being perceived, even though I know I always am. I don't mind that so much. I only mind how I look because I don't like looking or hearing myself. I don't like looking at my own face, and I don't like hearing my own voice. It's just weird. Like, it's not like I hate myself. I look in the mirror, I'm like, it's you. You look good. But if I had to like edit VODs or something, it would kill me. I'd hate it. Because I would overanalyze myself. I think I would do the same to anyone else, but I would probably laugh at them and it would be like all in good fun. But I want to discuss an earworm that gets into your head and just won't leave. He's plotting Catboy Sissy Hypno, guys. Oh my god. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I swear. Please believe me. I'm a good boy. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, Dreamer. It does kind of annoy me occasionally since we're on the topic, it does irritate me when I see someone who, from my own point of view, I can tell they've put a lot less work into the quality of their streams and are not, I'll just be very blunt here, they're not interesting people. They're not exciting. They don't talk about anything of interest. They don't seem to have any background in anything of note. But they have some kind of sexual appeal. So no, not Asmongold. And that gets them a massive head start. Like, in the dozens to hundreds of viewers, and the entire shtick is that they're an object, basically, to others. I mean, I guess that's their choice. I'm not going to tell them they can't, and I'm not going to say it's wrong, but it is frustrating that that's just how that works. Asmongold is a totally different topic, where I can't deny the fact that he's like put in a lot of work over years and years and years, but I don't understand why people watch him. I don't get it, but whatever. Sex sells. It does. The thing is, I'm just not willing to make myself an object for others. Like, just very bluntly, I can't do that. I do not, in my head, that would be thinking less of myself to sell myself in that way. I'm fine with people thinking of me that way and perceiving that, and like if they looked at my design and they were like, oh, he's so hot, that's fine. Feel free. Feel free to make art. I don't care. But that's not what I'm selling. That's not what I'm here to provide. And I feel like if I was, I would think less of myself, because it's the easy way, not because it's sex, not because sex sells, because it's the easy way that bypasses the personality part of it, the streamer part of it. It's not what I'm here for. You know, I want people to be here because they like me, not because they like the idea of doing things to me. I mean, if some people are, that's fine. I'm not going to tell them no, but, well, I am going to tell them no in the literal sense, but like, I'm not going to tell them they can't have those thoughts. But I don't want my content to be all around the sexual part of it. It's just, I don't know. I feel like it is, in my own head, to me, detracting from what makes me worthwhile. It's just a me thing. I do want to be very clear about that. I don't care if other people do it on principle or anything like that. Like, I would never say they shouldn't have viewers. I just, it is what's the word? It is defeating to see that is so wildly successful. My self-worth based on how I feel I look, but I never view how someone else looks as an indicator of who they are. That's the thing. Like, the way you look at yourself is very different from how you're ever going to look at others. I do think you should make sure not to hold others to higher standards than yourself. If anything, you should probably hold them to lower standards, because you're probably being unreasonable, which I think I am to an extent on that, but it's just how I feel. You know, if other people are happy with that, I'm happy for them. I would never tell them not to. It's just not who I am. It's not what I want. It's not how I want to be perceived. I think that's the best way to put it. That is not how I want to be perceived personally. And if I was perceived that way, it would hurt my self-worth. I view myself as someone who is interesting and or intelligent. Not especially intelligent, but, you know, not an idiot. Someone who is capable of talking about complicated topics. Someone who is capable of doing technical work. BRB. There's an ad break right now. commercial algorithm apparently doesn't think you're that important. Hey, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. No, not at all. Oh, okay, no problem, Clee. Yeah, that's about where I am on that. It's just, it just irks me. It's like, man. How else to put it? It's an old lady thing. What? Ben, no, bad. Yeah, among other things that, like, are good for getting an initial audience or something like that. Like I said, stirring up your own drama for no good reason, just to get attention. I don't like that either. I'm not averse to saying what I think, but I'm not going to just make shit up to get attention. I was a little hoping that the tier list I made, where I put Rev at the very bottom, because I think he deserves it, down in F tier. I was kind of hoping someone would get a little pissed off at that, and I could benefit from that a little bit. Because whoever that would bring in, I would probably like them. We'd probably get along, because I'm not lying at all. But sadly, no one took that bait. The fuck? What? Each commercial break is more surreal than the last. I guess you weren't here for that tier list, streamer. Basically, it was a tier list of people that I either have watched recently or do watch currently. So F tier is kind of like, yeah, I just don't like them anymore. I don't hate them, but I don't like them anymore. Like, I have nitpicks that are too much for me to watch them. So he got F tier. I don't really care for him anymore. I don't hate him, but, like, I don't like his channel. Unless you were responding to Ben, which totally makes sense now that I think about it. But yeah, that's why he's down there. He could be a lot worse. There's much worse for drama channels, but can't say I'm a fan. Remember back when we thought Markiplier was funny? I don't remember that. I was not one of those people. I never thought he was that funny. He seemed like a nice enough guy. Who? Who are you saying who to, Dreamer? Is it me or Ben? Benny boy. Yours? Oh, you don't know Rev? Rev says Desu. He's just a drama channel. He covers like VTuber drama, basically. It's really not that great. It's just whatever drama is happening on Twitter, basically. If you open Twitter and look at what VTubers are talking about, it's the same information. And then he just throws his opinion on top of it to, you know, stir the pot, get attention, that sort of thing. Does daily videos. They're not very good. I mean, they're daily. They can't be that good. But he's not like evil either. He just tells you what the current drama is and then tells you his opinion, which is like, it's pretty mild, I guess, but it's just not that good. You don't have Twitter? Good. I avoid it for the most part, but I do post things here and there over there. Deleted that a while ago. Yeah, you're probably better off. I open it like once a week now just to, you know, check notifications and see what's happening. Some artists you can only communicate with over there as well, which is like annoying, but people would rather be fed than eat for themselves. This goes for news as well. Yeah, feel free. If you're in the Discord, you can just DM me that way. I assume that's because you don't want me to say it out loud, right? Yeah, people would rather be fed. That's very true. They'd rather just be told what they want to hear. And that's basically what drama channels are for. They're just, you find out what the news is, and then you have someone confirm your bias, and then you move on with your day. That's what people like to do. I just find it very toxic in general. I think I just don't like drama in the first place, like drama channels. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess you couldn't send that there. That's understandable. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a shithole. Yep. Brain junk food. Yeah. Yeah, essentially. That's a whole topic on its own. The funny thing is, like, if I tried to cover it, I don't have the time, to be quite honest with you. Between streaming and everything else, I can't do videos that would require a lot of research. I just can't. Like, I physically can't do it. I don't have the time. There's too much. There's too much information out there. There's too many things I'd have to learn about. Just can't do it. So I'm gonna have to stick to, like, my opinions, essentially, on particular topics. I think one I could do, and I think would be pretty fun. Yeah, things change quite quickly. If I could do this as a job, that'd be a lot easier. I used to keep up on almost everything pretty well. Yeah, just keeping up with our own circle is tiresome on its own. It is. I used to be able to just keep up with, like, current news and some VTubing stuff. I don't have time for that anymore. I just can't. I can't do it. It's too much. Not in a way that's, like, meaningful. So it's like, why bother? I just don't. I just keep up with my actual, like, friends as much as I can manage, and that's all I have time for. See, like, what I'm thinking about, I've had thoughts on this for quite some time, is just, like, hardcore games, quote unquote. I mean, we're seeing the consequences of it right now with WoW hardcore, where it basically creates an environment where only people no, Ben, no, that's not what I said. Or it creates an environment where only the sweatiest of players can even really play the game. And then, since only the sweatiest people can play the game, basically no one gets to play the game for fun. You can't have fun with hardcore games. Gatekeeping hits new heights, for real. And then any mistake in this thing that's supposed to be fun, right, turns into a massive problem. Cue up the Pirate Software controversy recently with WoW Hardcore. Brother, it's a game. It's a video game. It's not that deep. It's a game. You let it get that deep, that's, honestly, I'm just gonna say it, that's their fault. They let it matter that much to them. That was their choice. They knew the risks. Like, tough shit. Don't play it if you're not ready for that, because that's what's gonna happen. It's gonna happen eventually. Same with playing a game like Tarkov. I can't play Tarkov. I can't do it. I love the gunplay. I love the aesthetic. It is just game. Why you have to be made? Exactly. Why play a game that pisses you off? Why would you do that? I mean, a little bit here and there, one thing, but like when I was doing the Elden Ring playthrough, I had to quit eventually. I got too frustrated. I couldn't play the game. I wasn't having fun. If it's not fun, what's the point? Don't play games that aren't fun. And I think a lot of games like Tarkov suffer from this problem where they want to be hardcore, they want to, like, be really difficult and all that, but all that creates is a really toxic culture. And one that doesn't make people want to play your game. It's not a fun game. You know what makes Tarkov a lot of fun? When you mod the hell out of it. You can do that, by the way. You can get single player Tarkov. You can mod the hell out of it. The mods that I love to use, they turn it into more like an RPG, where tougher enemies have a little bit more health and that sort of thing, but you also have quite a bit of health. Your armor works really well. So do enemies, of course. But like, armor is very effective. You have a lot of health. Fights take a couple of seconds usually, unless you land a handful of headshots or something. And it's a little more, I wouldn't say it's arcadey, because the game's still very slow. It's still very methodical, but it's more forgiving on both sides, both you and the AI. Went to take medicine, not sick anymore. Understandable, Klee. Welcome back. Yeah, modding it into be more like an RPG, like Destiny or something. It's so much fun. I have such a better time with it. Even when I lose, it's because I screwed up. Because I wasn't ready. Right? I made a mistake somewhere. I did something dumb. Alright, fair enough. My fault. I lost. I don't get randomly one shot from across a complex by a scav in a bush. I might get shot by the scav in the bush, don't get me wrong. The jank is still there, but I won't die immediately. So it doesn't ruin a whole run. I still get to play. I have to go in a corner, heal up, and then I go solve that problem. I don't think I played Painkiller. Yeah, I don't think I did. Yeah, no. But then, you know, the difference between having your run ended versus being mildly punished is massive. Actually, let me check. I might have played it. Hold on. For some reason, I feel like I remember it. Painkiller. Oh, yeah, no, I played Painkiller. I forget which one, but... I've definitely played one of them, at least. That's not what I wanted. What was the search bar? Anyway. Mouthwashing is a trippy game. I've watched people play it. I didn't get a chance to play it before I was more or less put in front of people that were playing it. I was like, well, now I know what happened. Kind of ruins it. Doesn't ruin it, but like I'm not gonna go play it. But yeah, it's a pretty crazy one. Quite the ride. Yeah, I've never had fun with the hardcore games as much as I want to like the. I love the gunplay in Tarkov. I love the customization. I just wish it wasn't so painful to play. Especially online is like, it's really bad. But I just want to play like co-op. I want to play co-op Tarkov. That's all I want. If it could have like MMO type progression and stuff on top of that, I'd love that so much. I'd play the hell out of it. I'd buy the DLC. I played the heck out of Destiny 2. I loved that. Wasn't quite the same aesthetic, and you know, there wasn't as much to do, but like I played all the way to endgame of Destiny 2 when I played it. So like, just make a really slow grind Tarkov game that is at the same like level of realism and everything, and I would love it if it was just RPG type stats. Great. You know, leave the guns as they are. So right now they're fine, but like just make the stats and stuff for the characters more RPG, more health spongy. Oh, it would be so good. There's so many reasons for why. I'd love to make a video about that. Maybe that's what I'll do, I think. It's something I've thought about quite a lot, so I think I have a lot to say. All right, I think we're about done with the stats topic, so I'm just going to close this. That ship sailed a while ago, actually, but now I'm on a black background desktop, so my eyes don't hurt as much on the screen. Was there anything else you guys wanted to talk about specifically? Any other questions that may have cropped up? I'm also thinking of my next week's schedule. I don't know what I'm doing yet. That'll probably be out tomorrow, but do I play any instruments? No. The only one I've ever really had an interest in learning is the harmonica, because it's very like portable and convenient. You know, fun little thing you can carry around. Also, it does not use the pinky finger really. I have done one hand cam for, I think Dreamers wasn't there for that. Definitely wasn't there for that. I have slightly short pinkies. So any instrument that will involve the pinky, I just get really frustrated with immediately the moment I find that out. Because I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, I know technically you don't have to use it, but it's just frustrating. Yeah, the harmonica. I think it sounds nice enough for like how small it is. I imagine it's not easy to learn, but like I think I would have fun with it. Oh, I was going to say, I do want to see if you guys have any questions or curiosities or anything like that about VTubing as well. I have a couple things I wanted to show as well that were just like kind of interesting that I learned while I was starting VTubing. I feel really gay. Understandable. Oh yeah, I just want to throw this out there. Since we talked about Rev, dreamers might find this funny. The best way you can describe Rev, I think, since neither of them are particularly like controversial overtly, but like questionable at times. Someone else described Rev as Lolly Asmongold, and I think that's so fucking true. Watching a lot of drag recently. Ah, I see. I've never really been into that. I think I went to one drag show. I got dragged to it, which is kind of funny, but you know, I just got, you know, someone basically was like, we're going to this thing. I'm like, okay. And there was a drag show that happened there after the event, and I was like, are we leaving? And they're like, no. Okay. It wasn't very entertaining to me. I was just like, yeah, whatever, dude. I just don't care. Like, that's nice. You look very pretty. Can I go home now? I'm kind of tired. It's like 11 o'clock. Always makes you laugh. Similar to Muda and Nux. I don't know much about Nux, but yeah, kind of similar. It just covers crap. Basically reacts to drama and then gives his take and moves on. But he uses like a lolly vampire model, which I think is pretty funny. It was funny for the first like 10 videos, and then it got old, you know, so it lasted about a week, and then I was like, okay, yeah, I guess this is just Rev now, whatever. Because he doesn't sound like a lolly at all. He doesn't sound like a little vampire girl, but whatever, dude. Don't care. But yeah, Lolly Asmongold. I think that's really fucking funny. For anyone who's watched him, that's like probably the funniest comparison I've ever heard. Because he has basically the same takes on topics of like social justice-y type things. But at this point, all that any of them seem to do is just repeat what like the average person who plays video games thinks, which is like, you know, that's nice and all, but like, is the game good? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. And they tend to, of course, jump to the conclusion that it's not, regardless of whether it is. But that's, you know, that's their politics leaking in. He isn't as disgusting. I think that would be quite the challenge. I kind of doubt he's as disgusting as Asmongold. But you never know. We'll never really know. Most times it hasn't been good. Yeah, most times. Yeah. I'm just saying they wouldn't care whether it was or wasn't. They just... It must be bad because it has even the smallest amount of attention to it. At least in the AAA world. I mean, almost every game in AAA lately has been an absolute bomb in terms of like quality. Yeah, it's just gone to shit. It's so frustrating. Like, I want to enjoy the new COD games with my friends who want to play them, but I just can't. They're not good games. They're just not fun. Can I get the lore on who Asmongold is? Asmongold is like one of the original streamers, if I'm not mistaken, who has been playing MMOs mainly for basically his entire whole adult life and teenage years, I assume. And he lives like a fucking pig. And I mean like a kind of pig. Like, it's disgusting. Like, his gums bleed. He wipes the blood on the fucking walls. There's trash everywhere. I mean, everywhere. Probably smells like death. Like, it's just awful. And plenty of people tell him that it's disgusting and he should change, and he just won't. And then people like value his opinion, which is, it's, you know, I'm not a Jordan Peterson fan anymore. I thought some of his early like lectures that he gave in colleges were interesting, before he like blew up for political reasons long time ago. The fact he cleaned at all after the thing he went through was amazing. I don't know what he went through, but yeah, one of the things Jordan Peterson used to say would be like, you know, clean your damn room. That was the joke for him. It was clean your damn room, or clean your dang room, because he's a Canadian. Yeah, couldn't even get that far. Asmongold literally could not clean his room, which is like, I mean, and Peterson isn't wrong on that one. Like, if you wanna make yourself feel better, if there's really not much else you can do, cleaning is a nice way to make yourself feel a little bit better. I believe it had to do with refugees. He had very negative opinions. It got flamed hard that he cleaned up his room and everything. It was actually amazing. How does that make up for having a bad take? This is what I mean by, like, I don't understand why people still watch someone like Asmongold. Why? Because he has big number? Who cares? Why does anyone care that he's like the big one? He's clearly just a normie. Being very blunt, he's a normal guy who just plays video games all day. That's literally what he does. That's his whole shtick. He's just a gross person on the internet. There's plenty of them. It's him trying to have a better perspective, but it just went to shit about a month later. That's what I mean. It was just performative, I'm sure. It's not gonna keep up on it. He's how old now? Probably in his 30s. It's not changing. It's over. Dude's a trash hoarder. Whatever. Unless he starts going to therapy or something, it's not changing. At least he didn't bullshit. That's true. That's fine, but there's, like I said, there's so many people that they have the same opinions. It's not like he's special. I'm sure he didn't have some nuanced, deep take on it. He just had a normal person take on it. That was maybe not the best one, but like, it's out there. Like, I have potentially a hot take on immigration, which is really just about misuse of H-1Bs. I don't really like that they get misused so companies can abuse workers. Some people don't like that opinion of mine, but I don't like the idea of foreign workers coming into the country to be taken advantage of like slaves. Not a fan. Some of the people online are holy shit, like Alex Jones. Oh yeah, well yeah, true. He could be worse. That's always an option. I'm just saying, it frustrates me when I see someone who is not special being treated like they're very special. Like, I don't feel like Asmongold is that special. I don't feel like he's done much to my knowledge. I could be wrong. Maybe he's done something remarkable. But to have the following, the massive following he has, I don't get it. I mean, your opinion goes against Elon Musk, Tay. You cannot go against God Emperor Musk and his bitch mate Trump. Oh dear. See, that's when I realized that, like, maybe my opinion on that is actually kind of valid. When Elon Musk disagreed with me, I was like, maybe I'm right. For a while, I thought that was just like my emotional take because I'm in the tech sector and we get screwed because they can do that. So it's like, maybe I'm just biased. Maybe I'm just like, maybe it's just me. But then seeing more and more people, not just in tech, but elsewhere as well, complain that like, oh, actually, like, our wages are being suppressed via H-1B. And for other reasons too. It's not the only one. There's a lot of stuff going on trying to suppress wages, but that's one of them. And there's so many excuses. The one I hate the most is like, oh, Americans don't want to work that hard. No. That's definitely not true. Americans want to work 40 hours a week, really hard, and then go home. They do not want to work 100 hours a week really hard and then not go home half the time. Yeah, they just want to save money. I wish they would just be honest about it and just say, yeah, we don't want to pay you. It'd be so nice if they just said the quiet part out loud. Just be blunt about it. That's the reality of it. If it didn't save the money, they wouldn't care. It's just how it is. And from my own anecdotes that I've heard from other people in tech, imported labor, mainly from India in tech, that's where most people are coming from. Most of them coming from the Indian educational system. And I've heard this from people who are Indian themselves. I've heard it from people who are American, Canadian, European. Every C3O is trying their damnedest to bring about infinite prosperity for shareholders, which is completely unsustainable. It is. Infinite growth is not possible. It's just like physically not possible, which is makes it very obvious that it's all just an excuse to extract more. But yeah, so the people coming from India, the education that they have is not one of innovation and change. Now, that's not to say that they can't be great innovators or anything like that. Of course they can. But the American education system is very much figure it out yourself, be innovative, think outside the box. A lot of Asian education systems, not all, but a lot of them, India very much included, it's a lot more rigorous, a lot more rote memorization. And they're very rigorous about that part. So it's all about knowing the facts, not about being able to solve a complicated and unclear problem, which is what they claim they want, the best of the best for, is to solve problems. Well, then, quite bluntly, you would hire more experienced and inexperienced. You'd want a good mix of people from the West generally, or people who just immigrated here normally, to work that job, because they would have that mindset that we've had for well over a century now that innovates. So I'll probably end before you, finger guns. I'm in my late 20s. You never know. The statistics aren't really in my favor. I drive to work and everything, so there's that. Late 30s, damn. Okay, fair enough. Statistically, you get to end first. That's crazy. Money equals power equals more power. Yep, that's just how that goes. Money is power, they're the same thing. But only when you have a certain amount. If you don't have much, you basically don't have any. It's more or less equivalent to zero. I think until you're making about 300,000 a year in most areas of the US these days, you basically don't have power. You don't really have enough money to have power. There's a lot of places in the US you can live where if making that much gives you power, but you're not gonna get that much there. You know what I mean? Most places where you can get that, it's not gonna matter. You do not, through hard work, ever become the person with power. It doesn't happen. You do it through greed. You do it through shady means. You do it through insider trading. You do it through stealing from someone else. At some point, you steal it from someone else. Doesn't matter how. Whether you're a CEO getting a massive bonus off of the profits that your workers brought in and you refuse to give them much of a raise for. Yeah, you gain power by being the most awful person you can be. That's just how it is. How it's always been. Always probably will be. Very rare is it that someone gains power for being a good person. It does occasionally happen, usually in times of great strife, where people actually care about whether you're virtuous and will not allow you to have that power because they recognize that they really do need someone good, which is why you see so few good world leaders in memory over the last century or two. Power should never actually held by one individual, which is why we've always, for the last ever since the US and most countries have existed, power is separated between many entities, and keeping them separate is very important. I'm not very money motivated. Like, of course, money is useful and helpful, but I never think, how can I get money from this? Unfortunately, it's becoming increasingly necessary that you do that. Because again, everything's just getting like more expensive. Pay is still not keeping up. Probably never will at the rate things are going. And people are just having to monetize every moment of their life. It's unfortunate, but that sure as fuck doesn't seem to be the case at the moment, Tay. What do you mean? Oh, people. Oh yeah, no. Sometimes they make a mistake. I'm not saying that they always pick a good person. I'm just saying that when there are good people, it's because things are really, really, really bad, and a good person was in the right place at the right time and was acknowledged and all those things to take power. More often than not, in those same situations, things go poorly and a bad person is picked. Or an ineffective person is actually the most common, but, you know, eventually they get around to someone not so great. Wonder if we'll hit really, really bad here. I don't know. I hope not. That would suck. But such is life, I suppose. Basically, there is no good remedy for our current situation that does not hurt the ruling class significantly, which is why I don't think we're going to see a nice, like, remedy that just fixes things and makes it better. It's just not going to happen. Especially for the elderly and disabled. Yeah. Yep. Yep. At that point, you're basically just hoping that the people around you will help you if you're in any group that is vulnerable. That's if people around you can even help you. They might not have the means. It sucks out here some days, but you know, things could also get better. It's hard to say. This music is sending me. It's so boss fight / post boss fight video game music. Well, I don't tell you. It just is. It's called Dream Crescendo. It's a song just for Dreamer. Nope, just fucked. Damn. Well. I don't have a magic solution for you there. Yeah, if Medicare and stuff goes, yeah, no, that's something that I don't think is going to change. I think if anything, they're just going to try to make it cost less money somehow. I mean, really, the thing that makes Medicare so expensive is that healthcare is so expensive. So if they really want to trim the budget down, they could save a lot of money by just fixing healthcare, which would involve fixing education, you know, getting the cost of college down a lot. Maybe forgiving some student debts for, you know, doctors. There's a lot of things they could do. I don't think it's going to happen. They could also save a lot of money by not sending it all to the goddamn military. They spend a lot less on the military than you might think. Compared to things like Medicare and stuff. If we really do want to save money, we want to fix our budget. At this current point, the military really doesn't take much money overall. Not counting CIA, FBI, all that. Just the actual armed forces. It really doesn't cost that much for what we have. It's a little surprising compared to the many social programs we have, most of which goes into funding various forms of healthcare, which then costs an arm and a leg for no good goddamn reason because insurance has run amok. That's the short version. We could save a lot of money by fixing healthcare. If everyone was on some form of, single payer system, whatever we want to do with that, if we want to have some mix of private, public, whatever, I don't care. If we could just get it to where, you know, it is in our best interest to get a reasonable price for things, that'd be a good start. It would save more than cutting the entire military budget. We could literally delete the military, and it would save us less money than just making healthcare less wildly expensive. Healthcare stopped being a business, we'd be better? Yes. Yes, we would. Yes, we would. And you would have the same healthcare, more or less. I mean, it would be in a different, like, format, literally speaking, but it would be a lot of the same. Because, like, if you do have coverage and stuff, doctors are largely pretty great. They're not, you know, out for blood, usually. Most are fine. You know, they're still human. So, you know, you get what you get, but they're fine. No, they just can't let it go. No. It's a profit stream. They can't cut that off. But, you know, that's life, I guess. Unfortunately, right now. Yeah, that's not the point. It's all about power. As we've talked about it. It's all about power. Always has been. Always will be. You don't become a multi-billionaire or whatever. At all. Just period. You don't have to do that. There's no need. You can get your 30, 50, $100 million and just, you know, buy a ton of stocks or something that pay dividends and retire and be done. You know, you could do that. I mean, dividends are still leeching off of people, but it's a little bit less severe than what we have now, where they're trying to take control and maximize the money, which is just, we've done it before. That's the thing. We've been through this before. It never ends well. If you had to choose a superpower, what would it be and why? Oh dear, that's a tough one. Probably just some form of invincibility. Just to not be damaged. To be perfect. You know, like eternal youth type of thing. Thanos snap, the Infinity Gauntlet, something like that. I mean, that's just the power of everything, if I'm not mistaken. It's more or less what the gauntlet has. It can do anything. Rewrites the rules of the universe. But yeah, if just no one could stop me, that'd be pretty cool. I wouldn't even do much with it. It'd just be nice to, like, always be, like, 25 and no one can hurt you. That'd be pretty cool. It also wouldn't, like, break everything. You know? But if I really needed to do something, again, nobody could stop me. It'd be great. I guess you could get locked up. That would kind of suck, but, like, you'd outlive it. You'd outlive the facility they put you in. So. Yeah, something along those lines of just essentially being unstoppable would be pretty great. You know? Like if you just couldn't die, couldn't really be damaged, and no one could stop you from doing things, that'd be pretty convenient. Just need to have the possibility. That's why I say just being able to just be entirely unstoppable would be, I think, enough. And I would never accidentally break the universe, which I think is pretty cool. You want to be able to make someone not on the spot, and specifically you can choose if it's good or not. Oh my god, that's a crazy ability. Okay, but why though? I think Klee just wants to please people for the most part. Klee's entire life goal was to be a house husband. Be funny. God, that is funny. Oh right, so the thing I mentioned earlier, you guys are all familiar with Frisky, I assume. I won't explain why this came up in conversation, but someone mentioned frauding. Some guy in an interview, you're just gonna Oh my god. Uh, yeah, so we mentioned frauding for a reason, and he was just like, I don't know what that is. What is that, guys? Tell me, please. That was very funny. Very useful if someone's pissing me off. Unpleasant nut in your pants. Now you got a stain. Oh my god. So yeah, that was entertaining. Frisky's so innocent. It's funny. Why would you kill his innocence like that? Listen, let's just say that he should know. He was gonna find out sooner or later. All right, he will know sooner or later. Like, it's gonna happen. And I'm talking about soon. Like, sooner or later, as in pretty soon. He was going to definitely find out. So, telling him now or in a week, what's the point? What's the difference? And it's not like it's something really gross or anything. It's pretty normal. You don't know what half the stuff is? Clee, how do you not? You just don't know the words for it. I swear, you've probably seen almost all of it. You just don't know the words. You don't know how to describe it. You don't know how to search for it. Yeah, we definitely destroyed a little bit of his innocence. Just a small piece of it. I had to explain it to Dem too, though. That was crazy. Dem didn't know what it was either. It's like, you're the lewd tuber, Dem. What the heck? Dem's not even that much younger than me. It's like, he should know. Damn it. Anyway, I think I've educated you guys on quite a few things, hopefully. Next we shall teach them docking. Oh my god. No, stop. I think we're about done on the educational stuff. So that means that this part of the Tay-A-Thon is finally checked off. I have a few other things to do. I think it's all the stuff that's in the Discord right now. Let me pull that up. We have the community submissions, Smasher Pass, and reactions. So I think, let's check community submissions. There's still nothing in there. Okay. So that one's off the box. Like, we're clearly not doing that. No one cares. That's fine. I don't mind. So I'm just going to delete that channel. It's just taking up space. The Smasher Pass clearly has entries. React submissions has quite a few entries, so that'll be fine. So what do you guys want to do next Saturday? You guys want to do the Smasher Pass next Saturday? Dreamer, since I know you're probably unaware of what's going on, there are two channels in the Discord, the Smasher Pass and React submissions now. I'm going to do streams based on what's put in there by the community. So if you want a Smasher Pass or anything vaguely like that, put it in that channel. I will not look at them until the day of. And then we'll just scroll through. Well, I'll scroll through and Smasher Pass on all of them and explain my reasoning. Smasher Pass, please. Okay. I'll make sure that gets on the schedule for next Saturday. Also, there was just an update to Rust where they added a, what do they call it? Like a primitive mode, I think it was, where there's a lot of like restrictions. It's basically like medieval or something like that, where it's all melee weapons, crossbows, bows, you know, regular metal armor, like road signs, no monuments. And the way to raid is with like siege weapons, like catapults and stuff. So I'm thinking about considering trying to find somewhere to do like a duos maybe with Dem or Frisky or someone, we could try to do like a once a week collab for a while. So I mentioned this in, I think, the last stream or the one before it, but I am changing it to where I'm going to hard limit it to one collab a week. Since you mentioned that, Clay, I noticed that even though I was trying to like pick which ones I did, people still really wanted to play games with me, which is great. I'm really happy about that. But I think you guys really appreciate it just being us, essentially. And I find it difficult to interact with new viewers in a group. And that's kind of like my whole thing, is that I will sit here and talk with you guys at length and have conversations. So not doing that for like 2 out of the 3 days that I'm streaming is a bit much, I think. Just for the audience, for you guys. So I'm going to put a limit on there. That's a lot of random shit for a Smasher Pass. I don't know what's in there. I haven't looked. I mean, like, I've glanced just to make sure that there's entries, but I don't know what's in there exactly. You can put whatever you want. You can put a M1A2 Abrams. I think that's one of them. Or is it M1A1 Abrams with a designation after that? I don't know. You can put an Abrams tank in there. I'll smash or pass it. Whatever you want. I'll interpret it differently depending on what you put in. I'm not fucking the tank, but, you know, whatever you want. I do know my tanks, mostly. Yeah, tanks, guns, etc. I feel like it's not really going to be taken like how other VTubers put. What do you mean exactly? Like how other ones interpret the Smasher Pass? I've seen a lot of posts. I don't know if they ever actually end up doing them because I can't keep up with everyone. But I see like other VTubers doing like Smasher Pass for other VTubers. And it's just like, I don't want to put myself out there with that. That sounds not fun. You just have to wait till next Saturday, don't you? Well, I just mean like, what do you mean like it's not going to be taken how other VTubers? What? Do you mean like whatever you submitted is going to be taken differently than how others? Whatever. I assume that's what you mean. Putting Red Girl? I don't know her name. I don't know. What do you mean, Clay? You mean 02? Is that the one you're talking about? Oh, the content is amusing. Okay. It should be fun. I have some very chaotic friends in the Discord, so surely they added strange and odd things. My childhood crush. Childhood. That red girl? The only waifu I can think of is 02. No, not the Kirby 64N boss. Oh, no. No, 02 from Darling in the Franxx. I can't think of anyone else for red girl. I'm still really trying to think about who else you could mean for red girl. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure. Other than 02, I don't think there's any others. But I definitely have said 02's name because that's literally her name. Are you sure you didn't mean Crystal Shard's final boss and the ending to the Dark Matter trilogy 02? I'm absolutely sure I didn't mean that one. I don't know who that is. I'm too young for that. There's some interesting submissions in Smasher Pass. We talked about our one stream. It's probably 02 then. Right? I can't think of anyone else that I would have bothered to bring up. That is Red. There's Revy from Black Lagoon. Love Revy. Revy's great. But she's not Red. Let me check my downloads folder. I probably put her up on screen, right? So she would probably be in here. No, I just have 02 in here. It's not that old. It's old. I'm telling you, it's old. It probably came out around the time that I was like, maybe not even born yet. Came out in 2000. It's not that old. I was 3. I was 3 years old. I'm so sorry, but I was 3. That's just the truth. Grandpa Dreamers. Oh my god, that's so cruel. It's okay. I have friends, the other VTubers I collab with. Many of them are a bit younger than me, like anywhere from like 3 to 5 years younger than me. Some like that are just like 20. And I seem like an old man to them. They talk about things and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? They're like, oh, you don't know about whatever current thing on the TikTokies? And I'm just like, dude, what? Huh? I feel ancient and I'm not old. You just want to cry right now? Don't cry. It's okay. It happens. Time passes. Things get old. Things just get old. So do we. Unfortunately. It makes you feel better. One of my siblings is about your age, roughly. They're both older than me, but one of them is notably older. So, like, it's not that bad. It's just, I was born on the later side of that set. I know people my age who would know what you're talking about. It's just I don't. My family didn't have like consoles and stuff really. We had like one at a time. And then we had a computer and that was all I did. I didn't mess with consoles really. We usually still had at least one that worked lying around, but that was about it. There's but one request, and regretfully, I cannot speak of such. One request? What do you mean? What do you mean by a request? Like for Smash or Pass or something, or? A request to the universe at large. I see. Something, I have a question for God. Why? Something like that. All right. Well, I think that's about all the housekeeping and stuff. And I believe we've about exhausted our topic, which is good. I'm happy. That fit roughly in the time frame that I had planned it for, which was 1 hour, and we only went on for like three and a half. Shot. Dreamer, no. Bad. You're not allowed to leave. You're stuck here with us. Yeah. I only managed to turn a 1 hour topic into like a 3.5 hour topic. I think that's pretty good. Worked out all right. Maybe 3 hours more like, because I think I actually started talking about it a little bit later. And I took like 15-20 minutes. Now, see, you say that. I mean, I'm just telling you how I feel. Yeah, about 3 hours. What's 3 or 4 or 5 or hell, 10 hours extra? Yeah, it's whatever. I mean, I kind of figured it could end up taking the full 3 hours if we got on tangents, which we did. But I planned for an hour, and then I didn't know what I was going to do for the rest of the time. Because I kind of figured it would balloon into other topics, and yeah. I'm not upset about it by any stretch, but you know, there's a reason I didn't plan other specific topics. I was like, yeah, we can just talk about you know, statistics and probably politics while we're there, and that'll do it. And it did. I can talk at length on just about anything if I say doing schedules. Now I do have schedules. I also have a banner on my YouTube. Give me 1 second, I'll show you. See, look, yeah, I have a banner. I have a banner on YouTube. Yippee. Croissant's drawing even got in there. I kind of have one on Twitch too, but it sucks. You know, it just sucks because Twitch. So what happens on Twitch when you try to put a banner up is, you know how if I like, let's see, will it work? Oh, no, it won't. Suspend hotkey. There we go. Why not zoom in? I can't zoom in for some reason. Anyway, if you were to zoom in, this would stay exactly the same. It would be the same exact banner all the time. On Twitch, when you resize the window or zoom in or zoom out, or you go on mobile, everything about it just like shifts around and it's kind of like rubbery. It feels like it does not have strict aspect ratios for different screen sizes, so you just can't design it to work seamlessly across most circumstances. There's just no solution to it. So all I could do was throw in some things that wouldn't look awful most of the time. So it's nowhere near as like dense as this, because otherwise it just becomes a mess. It just becomes a mess. Disappointing. Rather sad with Twitch on that one. Anyway, that's what I've been working on the last couple of days. Now they're there. But otherwise, I think it's about time we raid someone, because my voice is dying. I don't plan to stream tomorrow. I still might. I might. We'll see. But if I do, it'll probably be like Minecraft or something, just to hang out with friends. Nothing planned. That being said, if I stream on a non-normal streaming day, I still might do collabs and stuff. But you know, don't feel obligated to be there. I'm not going to do anything special on a unplanned day. So if you don't like it, you don't have to be there. That's fine. Don't feel obligated. All right, who are we rating? Let's see, what's everyone playing? Okay, we have someone playing Fortnite. We have someone playing Warhammer 40k Space Marine. We have Minecraft. We have a handful of people playing Minecraft. Valorant. There's Valorant. You guys have any preferences? League of Legends? If you guys don't care, I'll just pick someone. You vote Fortnite. Okay, who was playing Fortnite? Who was playing Fortnite? Hey, I know this person. Okay, we're rating Alpha. Alpha's a silly little guy. I think you'll like. I believe he's playing with Quinn. Yeah, Quinn. And someone else, I think. But I don't recognize who they are. Oh, Canine King. No clue who that is, but I'm sure you guys will have fun anyway. Be nice, be respectful, you know the deal. Actually, no, Ben isn't here. I don't have to say all those things. Have a great night, guys. I will maybe see you tomorrow. Otherwise, I will see you on Tuesday. Thank you for being here. Thanks for hanging out, and bye.